Okay, so it looks like we've got some connection there. We have an excellent connection, I see. All right, so,
it looks like we've got some connection there.
Today is December the 12th, 2021, and I'm doing an audio check. Today is December the 12th, looks like we're doing good. All right. Let's get people in here. In the meantime, listen to this.
Hello, I'm Ed Raby, otherwise known as the Rabid Atheist, a former pastor turned atheist, now compassionate anti-theist. Welcome to my channel. Feel free to like or dislike the video as you see fit, so feel free to hit those buttons. Feel free to comment below, and I would appreciate it if you would subscribe to the channel and hit your notification bell for more content as it is released. You're also free to share my videos as much as you like. The purpose of this channel is educational in regards to atheist and deconversion issues, and Bible theology, philosophy, and politics, and whatever else I come up with in relationship to those issues. Today is more about responding to several comments I've had over the last few days about personal experience in relationship to as an argument for God or validation of God or whatever. In truth, the argument for personal experience is probably one of the weakest arguments for the existence of God because of a lot of reasons. But I want to first of all start out saying that a lot of these arguments that I'm going to use today, I actually heard way back in Bible college by my apologetics professor who started the class by pointing out how personal experience didn't prove the existence of God or prove anything of the sort. This was my apologetics professor. Now, those same arguments I have used many, many times before as a Christian and as a non-Christian. But I wanted to double check myself, so I went to a video that I remembered about that thing from Rationality Rules. And so I'll link that video up in the description where he goes through logically point by point how personal experience doesn't really prove anything, let alone spiritual experiences. Personal experience is just that. The problem with it is personal. Now, what is this? Most of these arguments for the existence of God or existence of a spiritual reality based on experience don't really take the form of an argument. The person just relates the experience and then says that's why they believe X is true. If I were to steel man this argument, and Rationality Rules does this exact same thing in his video where he talks about steel manning this argument, and I concur with him, this is the best steel-manned argument of the argument from personal experience that I can possibly give you. Number one, that the account of my personal experience is infallible. That's what you're saying. My interpretation of my personal experience is also infallible. I have personally had experience X, whatever that experience is. Therefore, X is true. That is the steel-manned version of any argument from personal experience. In relationship to spiritual claims, it gets even worse because, well, a lot of people take their spiritual encounters very, very personally. And because of that, they also, whenever you start attacking their argument from personal experience, what you end up with is them thinking that you're accusing them of lying. I'm not accusing anybody of lying. What I am saying is I don't believe your claim that your interpretation of your personal experience is infallible, that there is other options and other things that could be true. Now, more officially and more along the lines of logical fallacies, the first one is often these claims contradict reality. Depending on what claims you make, it just doesn't really line up with what we know to be true, that we have tested, we've experienced. It doesn't line up with any of the theories, hypotheses, facts, evidence, or anything that we have of how reality really works. It doesn't line up with any of it. And so in order to make some of these claims, you have to really contradict the realities of life. And that's just not a good thing. often these experiences, the second thing is often these experiences also are mutually exclusive. In some of the comments that I've done, one version of this is somebody will claim one version of the afterlife, and then one will claim the B version of the afterlife, and the two can't both be true. Particularly, say, the claim of reincarnation versus the reincarnation of heaven and hell. Those are two very different claims about what the afterlife is about, and they contradict each other. They both can't be true. And a lot of these personal experiences, when you hear different people give them, that really lines up. In my own case, in the last couple of days, I've seen this argument take this form when I pointed out I asked the question, how do you differentiate then that your personal experience is different from any of these other personal experiences where they say that it affirms their religion? One example I could give is a lot of Pentecostals believe that if you speak in tongues, that's proof of evidence of being baptized in the Holy Spirit. Just as an aside, I, as an atheist, can speak in tongues, so I'm not really sure if that proves that anymore. But on the other hand, the other person, let's say a Hindu, and Hindus have been noted to speak in tongues too, says that that's proof of their Hinduism. The response I've gotten from many people over the years goes something like this, and Hindus have been noted to speak in tongues too, says that that's proof of their Hinduism. The response I've gotten from many people over the years goes something like this. Well, yeah, but that's their experience and they're being deceived by demons and false gods. How do you know that? See, this is where we go back to you are interpreting yours as infallible. How do you know that perhaps they're the ones not hearing? And how do you know that? You can't know that. You can't possibly know that. The other thing is, everything I've heard the thing about personal experiences is they are completely anecdotal. It's the anecdotal fallacy. Yes, that exists. You can't argue from experiences because experiences aren't testable, repeatable, or even falsifiable. The best arguments are falsifiable because then if you make the argument and also tell how your argument can be falsified, then you can also argue the point that, okay, if it's falsifiable and then I test it and all the criteria that I say would falsify my claim, I test for those and I don't find any falsification, then that actually makes my argument stronger. And that's something that people need to consider when they talk about this, because that is actually true. The other thing is every single experience I have ever heard has some sort of appeal to emotion, some sort of on the edge seat of this is my story, this is what I was going through, and this is how it was resolved, and therefore my experience is true. Sorry, appeals to emotion don't mean anything. Feelings are not right or wrong. They can't be verified or disproven. You can say that you're experiencing an emotion, and I might accept that that might be true, but it doesn't prove anything. The other thing is, and I agree with Rationality Rules on this one, it's an argument from authority. You're the only one that had that experience, and so you're arguing from your authority and your belief in the infallibility of your interpretation of your experience, that you are the authority on that experience. That's an argument from authority, which, by the way, some of you have used the Bible in your arguments. I want to let you know something. I'm an atheist. I don't believe the Bible. I have a degree in biblical studies and a degree in theological studies, and all of them point to me that the Bible is just a book. Okay, I'm not trying to be rude to you, but I don't care what one group interprets one passage or another group's another passage. I know that there are multiple interpretations of the same passage. Once again, how do you know your interpretation of that passage is the correct one? Are you claiming infallibility of interpretation? Because that's what it sounds like. You would be better to couch your language into something like, it's the most probable one to me based on what I see. But when you come on, it comes off as kind of arrogant when you sit there and say, but the Bible says. Also, I don't accept the Bible. So, because I know it's not infallible, I know it's flawed, I know it contradicts itself. My favorite contradiction being in Exodus where it says God is jealous. And then in John, it says God is love. Okay, so God is love, and God also gets jealous. I can buy that. Except 1 Corinthians 13 says love is not jealous. That statement can't be true. So there's a contradiction. I'm going to put the Bible aside. We're talking about personal experiences, not another appeal to authority. What constitutes, why do you think that your interpretation of your experience is infallible? Also, every once in a while I get the argument for ignorance on these. Well, it's my experience. I can't interpret it any other way, so therefore it must be true. Just because you can't interpret it some other way doesn't mean that I can't or somebody else. The idea that somehow some experience you had couldn't be interpreted multiple different ways, and that the only way it can be interpreted is the way you have interpreted it, is, well, quite frankly, hubris. And it's an argument from ignorance. Sorry. If I can look at your experience and say, yeah, but this could be true, this could be true, this could be true, you have to look at those. Okay, because you're the one that has to prove that your claim is real. The problem is arguments from experience just can't be proven. They're just you saying your interpretation of your experience is infallible. You had X experience, so therefore, and you interpreted it a certain way, so therefore X is true. That's a horrible argument. It's a terrible argument. And every single argument from experience uses it. And that's why I dismiss it. I'm going to end those conversations about your personal experiences with this one. In fact, I'm going to keep this video handy in case anybody else uses it. I'm just going to slap this video down and call it good. I've really got bogged down in a couple of conversations here, and I'm just going to tell you this is my video that says this is why I don't accept personal experience stories as arguments for God. They're bad, they're lousy, and even when you steel ban it, it still is really, really awful. So there you have it. Now, I did want to address one other comment. This would be the comment of the day from Joe Sixpack. And I want to address his experience. He says, hi, Ed, I just found your channel. I am 53 years old. I grew up in the Church of God, baptized in the Southern Baptist Church, finally settled later on the Word of Faith Church. I consider now myself an agnostic. The first time my Word of Faith pastor prayed for me, I was in a prayer line. People ahead of me were falling out. As the pastor kept closer, I kept telling him I'm not going to fake anything. He was praying for us for financial blessings. When he got to me, he said, are you ready for this? You're never going to be the same again. He told me to hold both my hands out in front of me, palms up. He touched both my hands with his, and when he touched it, it felt like a jolt of electricity shocked me. I was sold after that. I was a catcher later after that. Whenever I was finally called to be prayed for, I always felt that jolt, either from him or from visiting evangelists. I starting doubting that there was a God. I have been on this non-belief journey of mine for about 2 years now, but I have yet to understand what happened with the electrical jolt I always felt. I have Googled and searched YouTube as somebody who can explain this. It's the one thing left to me to clear my mind before I become an atheist. I know all religions are BS. I hate everything religions stand for, but this little thorn in my side bothers me. If you could help me understand this, if it's a common occurrence, I would greatly appreciate. Thanks for your help. Well, I want to address a couple of other issues before I get to your electric jolt. Number one, I would submit to you that you are an atheist. Whether or not we have sufficient knowledge to dismiss God claims completely is an epistemological question. Whether you're an agnostic or a Gnostic about something, whether you claim it can't be known or whatever, is a completely different spectrum than whether you believe there is a God or don't. I would submit to you that if you don't actively believe that there's any God, then you're an atheist. You're an agnostic atheist. Yep. Or in some cases, some people are Gnostic atheists. Gnostic atheist is the one.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for watching. Thank you for joining. Thank you for being you. So, I'm going to play quite a bit of Ed Raby, because as an ex-evangelist and PhD in New Testament or theological whatever, he knows his shit, right? And he really believed it. Now he's a rabid atheist. So he's got a lot to say. I like what he says, and he's 100% correct. I got a tidbit for you about Darth Dawkins. You wanna hear it? I mean, you wanna watch it? There's a guy on YouTube. He calls himself Lookout for Number One, but I just call him Number One. So he went on a deep dive into Clubhouse, and he, for 2.5 hours, for 2.5 hours, Lookout for Number One watched the Clubhouse rooms, and he put them all together, and he watched how many rooms Darth Dawkins and Tone Loc were in, right? And you will not believe what you're about to hear or see when he concludes how Darth Dawkins goes fishing for atheists in Clubhouse. In fact, yeah, like as usual, I'm not quite ready, but let me fix that. That's one. Oh, no. Okay, I'm almost with you. I'll be with you in 1 moment. We really appreciate your business. Please continue to hold. Right. Yeah, watch this.
Just if you want, which one should I do? Which one? Listen, Tom Log was on 8 rooms. If you look at my stream, at the beginning of my stream, right, he was in 8. Never mind 3, 8. 8. I did it on purpose. I scrolled down, right, and the idiot was in 8 rooms, minimum 8 rooms. And Darth Dawkins was in about 10. I think these people, what they do is they just open. I mean, join. They're running out of air. That's yeah. But the whole point, I understand what you're saying. But the whole point is that they have 10 rooms open to see. It's like fishing with 10 rods, right? See which one it hits, and when they see somebody coming in, they just jump in and hop between one. Yo, Darth Dawkins here, Darth Dawkins with Haiti there. Yeah, and he's still a virgin. Right. Actually, that's a funny slogan. Fishing for weak atheists. Right. Okay. Look, there you are. He's gone there. Shall we try that? But 5 minutes, yeah, just to poke my nose. Okay. Oh, I can only listen. What's the point of? What's the difference between join and listen? What? Am I jumping? Yeah, tone log. These two. Let's see if the idiot is here. And here, Matt Jester, the free. Oh, they're not here.
They're not here. Okay. Yeah, I want to leave. See you later. Oh, listen is because it's been pre-recorded, right? That's what I'm getting. So I have to look at the ones to join. These are pre-recorded. Go up from the top. Join. No, but I wanted to join a live one. Just to hear for 5 minutes the bullshit. Yeah, join is a live, right. Yeah, I got that, yeah. Right. So yeah, this is the second time I've opened this thing. The first time I was trying to figure out what the fuck Clubhouse was. And today is the second time I'm actually digging into it. Can I filter only? It would be nice to filter only join rooms instead of going for the filter ones. Join, nah, nah. I think they're gone. I think they
gave up.
No, I think they're gone.
No, I think they gave up.
Yeah, they're gone.
Yeah. All right.
They're gone.
So what they do, right, is they open up tons of rooms. You know, atheism sucks. If you're an atheist, come in, blah, 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 blah. Like multiple rooms that open up. And then they wait for an atheist or somebody to come into the room. And as Lookout for Number One says, they bombard him. They all go into the room at the same time. And they start their little performance, because they're performance artists, and it's all the same. It's always the same, right? How do you? What's the first question? Are you an atheist or a theist? I'm a theist. Okay, well, if it's a theist, then he'll attack the theist on the basis that he's the wrong kind of theist. And of course, if the answer is atheist, then it's so you deny that God exists. So your position is that you deny the existence of God. That's kind of what it sounds like every single time from Darth Dawkins. Agree? I thought so. So yeah, he's winding it down.
That's the beginning again. They're gone.
Yeah.
No, they're gone. They're gone.
Yep, they're gone. Well, if they're gone, then why shouldn't we be gone? Right? Well, let's be gone, I say. Bye! Ooh, whoa, that was amazing. How'd that happen? Whew. Speed of light. All right, so we've got that. Actually, I want to make a little change to the. Yeah, I want to make a little change. By the way, the room, the voice room, the talk room is open. I'm not even in it right now, but if you want to sort of wait in line or anything, just pop in here. I'll just leave this on the screen here while I make the change or make the adjustment, okay? What it is essentially is I'm not going to rely on the room right now for anyone to join, because I do have an agenda. But then there's the discussion, and then I would rely on people to join. So, okay, that was what I wanted to do. I just wanted to delete everything I said about the room not being open. The room absolutely is open. But what I wanted to carry on with the scheduling, the scheduled programming. Oh, no, that wasn't what I wanted. Excuse me. There was something else I wanted to do. If anybody watched the last show I did, which is 01, this is 02. If anybody watched the last one, I started the introduction to the Holocaust deniers, the absolute stupid idiots who are Holocaust deniers, ignorant, and basically they're bigots. They bigoted assholes, every one of them. So I started that retro, and at the point where I started to question them is where I stopped and where I'm going to begin today. Okay, you got that? You got that? Oh, you're all right. So what I wanted to do, my big huge there it is. Okay, my big huge is that it? Is that it? Oh yes, it worked. All right. So this was my big huge change in the schedule. Actually, it wasn't really a change in the schedule. It's just an addition to the scene. Now I'm going to try and find it again. There it is. Okay, cool. Cool. So really what I wanted to do wait for it. So that I could keep up with you guys in the chat. See? That's what I want to do. And the way I'm going to do that is this way. There you go. So now I'll be able to hopefully follow along with the chat. Because it's big, you know? It's big. I can see it. So let me go to the top and say hello to Lucky 7 Wolfen and the Freak. How you doing? Thank you for joining, by the way. Thank you for being there, my friends. And it looks like those are the only two I am saying hello to. Oh, and there's 4 people in there. I don't understand this. 4 people watching. Say hello, so I'll know who you are. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So back to those Holocaust deniers. I think we're going to carry on and react with that one. What do you think? I agree. All right. Oops. Where is it? Yeah. So let me set that up, all right? And then, oh, there it is. Excellent. All right. I should probably give you, I have that and that. All right. Oh, now I'm just trying to remember how I set it up from how I left it last time, so I can set it up to go right into it, to get right into the nitty-gritty. So it's not that one. It is. Hold on a minute. Sorry, OBS, I hope I hope you realize that it's Sunday, and I'm not rushing on a Sunday because I'm never Russian. I'm always Canadian. Finally. All right. Good. One more thing I have to do. It's probably something like that. All right. Get ready to rock and roll. Okay. So let me set you up. Back in 2017, like 5 years ago, when YouTube was the place to be, Hangouts were just rocking. I had a hangout, and in that hangout, a couple of guys came in who are racist, bigoted, Holocaust deniers, Christians, the whole sort of right wing, the whole right wing idiocy, everything. I mean, but blatantly ignorant. And the things that they said were blatantly lies. So I'm going to play. You can listen to the way it went. Basically, we're starting to. Unfortunately, my audio was really low. You could hardly hear me, so I'm going to try and adjust it. But I'll fill you in as we go along. But I started to question some of their claims, which you would have heard in the previous video. But don't worry about it, because they'll repeat it, and we will we'll analyze. Okay. So let's listen in the meantime to what they had to say and when I came in. Okay.
I don't have a console. I've got a PC. I've got a few games on here, but I don't play.
Podcasts and stuff do you listen to?
Evidence
Sorry?
for that concentration camp not existing, or whatever it was that was brought up.
Oh yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah, good point.
I was kind of interested to find out how this Holocaust denial was going to go, and it kind of disappeared.
Oh, it blew away. Okay, well, here's what I'll say, right? Balzac concentration camp, right? as the alleged place of 600,000 people who died. They never found any bodies. They refused to allow people to do any excavation on the site.
Okay, so this guy is just lying. Here's everything about Belzec you need to know up on the screen. If you don't like Wikipedia, that's fine. There's lots of I'll show you at the bottom here. Look, all these references. You can check each and every one of them out. There's bibliography, so don't say that Wikipedia does anything. But okay, he mentioned Belzec. So Belzec in Poland, because it was in Polish. It's the name of a Polish village or something. But Belzec was a Nazi German extermination camp built by the SS for the purpose of implementing the secretive Operation Reinhard, the plan to murder all Polish Jews, a key part of the final solution, which entailed the murder of some 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. Just thinking about that just puts a shiver up my spine. It really does. And this is why I don't know if I handle this correctly, but I'll just do the best I did the best I could at the time, and let's see if I can correct anything right now.
As well, so there's no buildings, there's no bodies, there's no proof of intent.
There's no buildings, there's no bodies, there's no proof of intent. Well, the buildings and the bodies, how about we wait for a moment? But we get to intent here. So intent, how would we prove intent? Oh, shit. Hold on. Okay, how would we prove intent here? Firstly, get my mug out the way. There we go. All right, so intent. Okay, I would say intent. Built, okay, here, intent. Nazi German extermination camp built by the SS for the purpose of implementing the secretive Operation Reinhard, the plan to murder all Polish Jews, a key part of the final solution, which entailed the murder of some 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. He is claiming that there's no intent. I just proved him wrong.
There's no autopsies, so
there's no autopsies. So that's it. Can't be any autopsies, no records. Do you hear the stupidity of this guy? I think his name is Phil.
I don't know, maybe I've just got some unrealistic I don't know, the expectation of what I deem to be solid evidence. But when someone can't provide me with a body, I just sort of go, well, let's wait till we find a body then.
All right, let's wait till we find a body. So scrolling down, firstly, there's gas chambers. You tell me how it's possible to do an autopsy of somebody who's... Oh no, that wasn't the gas. Sorry, delete that. If you think they're going to pull out everybody out of the gas chambers and then do an autopsy as to why they died, you're nuts. But let me look here. Oh, what have I found? Archaeological studies. All right. So, from late 1997 until early 1998, a thorough archaeological survey of the site was conducted by a team led by 2 Polish scientists, including Andrzej Kola, director of the Underwater Archaeological Department in the University of Torun, and Mieczysław Gora, senior curator of the Museum of Archaeology and Ethnography in Lodz. The team identified the railway sidings and remains of a number of buildings. There's the buildings. They also found 33 mass graves, the largest of which had an area of 480 square meters and was 4.8 meters deep. The total volume of these mass graves was estimated at 21,000 cubic meters. Air photo analysis suggests that these 33 mass graves were not the only graves at Belzec extermination camp. All graves discovered by archaeologists contained large amounts of human cremation remains, and 10 graves also contained unburned human remains, which Professor Kolak described as follows, quote, deposition of corpses in the water-bearing layers or in very damp structure of the ground just above that layer with the difficulty of air penetration because of the depth caused the changes of the deposited bodies into adipocere. Sorry, I have no idea what that is. Does somebody know how to pronounce this word? Adipocere, also known as corpse wax, grave wax, or mortuary wax, is a wax-like organic substance formed by the anaerobic bacterial hydrolysis of fat in tissue, such as body fat in corpses. In its formation, putrefaction is replaced by a permanent firm. Okay, it's something to do with not quite, it interferes with decomposition. In some graves, the layer of corpses reached the thickness of about 2 meters. So, okay, there's your bodies.
You know, let's not start saying we know what the cause of death is until you found a body.
What did you mean that Auschwitz was problematic?
Well, because that's a longer one to.
Yes, he said Auschwitz was problematic in the beginning. If you listen to the previous, why is my dog barking? If you listen to the previous episode of this series, this is number 2 of, he mentioned that Auschwitz was problematic. So here I am now probing, asking him questions on all the stuff that he's just said.
Debunk, because there's some evidence for Auschwitz, and that's a fucking, you know, that's like a fucking 8-hour fucking discussion. That is.
Why is Auschwitz an 8-hour discussion and Belzec is there's no discussion because there's no evidence, he says. So he this guy he gets some serious anti-Jew going. Just listen on.
That's not something I can just debunk now, you know what I mean?
You can debunk Auschwitz in one sentence?
It's got wooden doors that push one way.
Well, the thing is, Auschwitz did exist then. There was a concentration camp,
Oh, it did exist. No, these concentration camps did exist, right? Yeah, of course they did.
There were death camps, some of them.
Right.
And those that were death camps, some of them had.
Hold on. No, I don't think they were death camps. I think that they were dealing with a typhoid epidemic. And unfortunately, some people died, of course.
All right. So there weren't death camps. I didn't want to go there, did I? Auschwitz. No, I wanted to go to the Wikipedia part of it. Ah, there we go. That's what I wanted. Sorry, Auschwitz.org. I want to go there. Lie down. Okay, good. There we go. So, Auschwitz was a complex of over 40 concentration and extermination camps operated by Nazi Germany in occupied Poland during World War II and the Holocaust. It consisted of Auschwitz I, the main camp, in Auschwitz, Auschwitz II Birkenau, a concentration and extermination camp with gas chambers. Auschwitz III Monowitz, a labor camp for the chemical conglomerate IG Farben, and dozens of subcamps. The camps became a major site of the Nazis' final solution to the Jewish question. Okay, so what you're about to hear from this guy, from three of them actually, is going to be very disturbing.
I don't think that they were death camps. They were just...
I don't think they were death camps. Extermination camp with gas chambers. Extermination camp with gas chambers. I don't think they were death camps, he says.
Unfortunately, some people died.
Unfortunately, some people died. Unfortunately, some people died. In Auschwitz, unfortunately, some people died in Auschwitz. Unfortunately, 1 million people died in Auschwitz in 5 years. Unfortunately. So this is what makes me really, really angry. Yeah, you want to. These are the kind of people. I would have no hesitation in terminating. None whatsoever. Even though I am a humanist. But these kind of people, I think I'll keep my thoughts to myself on this one.
Typhoid.
Well, you think
that's what I
they'd
believe.
attack the staff as well, typhoid?
Typhoid.
Typhoid was rampant throughout Europe. No one's denying that.
So if typhoid was rampant throughout Europe, how come only those in the concentration camps were dying? The concentration camps where sanitation was negligible, where disease was rampant because of that, malnutrition was the order of the day. So you've got unsanitary conditions with people who are malnourished and have zero immunity or close to zero immunity. Callous. These Christians are callous.
You'll find no one. Everyone agrees with that.
Well, in all
this is
the
the problem
years on this planet, I've never heard that one ever. So,
what? No, typhoid.
I had
Typhoid.
to wait all this time to hear that typhoid was rampant on this planet during the Second World War from you. And all the history books I've ever read and all the lectures I've ever attended and listened to, nothing was mentioned.
Okay, well you can do it. Okay. We'll just do a quick Google search now and type in typhoid epidemic.
Give me a link.
It's not denied. Everyone in every single concentration
Share
camp.
that screen. Share the link from your screen.
I don't need to screen share it. You can do it right now.
You're lying then. You're bullshitting. You're a fake.
Okay. Oh, I'm lying. Okay, fucking hell, I'll type it now.
You're a hoax. You're
Okay.
You're a fraud.
Okay. I'll screen share it now then, if you want.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll screen share it right now. Share it right now. Where the heck?
No. You can do it.
I'll do it right now. There we go.
Oh, throw some balls. Do it.
Okay. So here we are, I'm just on typhoid fever. And we'll just look up World War II. In fact, I'll just do. There.
Oh, shit. I just realized I was muted there. I tried to get through at least one episode without having muted myself. Sorry about that. However, I tell you what, however, all I did was read what was highlighted there. And it's irrelevant, really. But I feel like I should read it again just for clarity's sake, and also to fix up this. Got to fix up the way this video is looking, right? All right, so we got to do a take 2 here, okay? Are you guys ready for take 2? All right, take 2. Here it comes. Typhus caused hundreds of thousands of deaths during World War II. It struck the German army during Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of Russia in 1941. In 1942 and 1943, typhus hit French North Africa, Egypt, and Iran particularly hard. Typhus epidemics killed inmates in the Nazi concentration camps and death camps such as Auschwitz, Theresienstadt, and Bergen-Belsen. Footage shot at Bergen-Belsen concentration camp shows the mass graves of typhus victims. So all these victims were hit in the concentration camps, but he forgets to mention that typhus also, typhoid hit the German army, but so he's blaming typhoid disease at Auschwitz for killing the Jews, not the Nazis, not the Germans, the unfortunate Jews who died, he said, or the unfortunates who died, who happened to die, unfortunately, at Auschwitz, as this guy, Phil, says. Man.
Hey, Patrick, how you doing? Did you catch the gist of what we're talking about?
Not yet.
All right, basically, this dude here is saying that it was typhoid that killed the Jews in the Second World War, wasn't the Nazis?
Well, yeah, I don't know if he was saying like killed all of the Jews were killed by typhoid, but I guess you mean like a large percentage of them. I'm sure some Jews were probably killed during the war.
Give me a second.
You think how many Jews were killed during the war? What's some?
So
12? So I don't say anything yet.
Okay, wait, man. Just give me a second. I can't believe you're denying this, but if you want to do that, here we go. Epidemic typhus.
Oh, yeah? Well, that just shows that epidemic typhus exists.
Epidemic typhus has historically occurred during times of war and deprivation. For example, typhus killed hundreds of thousands of prisoners in Nazi concentration camps during World War II. The deteriorating quality of hygiene in camps such as Auschwitz.
Just look above there. This section needs additional citations for verification. Now, there's no citation on that particular sentence, so there's no verification there.
Okay, I'll find another source if you're not happy with that one.
Yes,
Well, the thing is, during World War II, the concentration camps, people, with varying degrees of sanitation or lack of it,
There it is.
hygiene.
This is what
People
he was
died
looking at.
from, dysentery. They died from shitting themselves to death.
Yeah.
They died from a lot of different things, but
The unhygienic conditions deliberately created by the Nazis in camps such as Auschwitz, Theresienstadt, and Bergen-Belsen allowed diseases such as typhus to flourish. This guy Phil should be. He should come into one of my conversation rooms and let's have a conversation with Phil, if he's still around and listening and watching.
it's also the gas chamber. You know, so
Okay then. So
I don't think more people died from.
Okay. I'm going to talk about one. I'm going to talk about one.
One other thing, quickly.
Okay.
The fact that they were put in concentration camps is not to be ignored.
Exactly.
Oh, of course not.
Right.
Here's, can I talk then?
Yeah.
So, you talk about gas chambers. Could you tell me the proof of gas chambers at Balzac? Have you got any proof of that?
No one said there were any. We're talking about the gas chambers at Auschwitz.
That was a mistake. That's my ignorance. Because if I'm not mistaken, gas chambers. Here, let me correct my my error at the time. All right. I'll just read the first paragraph because I did make a mistake. I did ignorantly claim that no one said there were gas chambers at Belsen. What a silly thing to say. Anyway, gas chambers at Belsen. The more detailed description of how the gas chambers at Belzec were managed came in 1945 from Kurt Gerstein, head of the technical disinfection services who used to deliver Zyklon B to Auschwitz from the company called Degesh during the Holocaust. In his post-war report, written at the Rotwell Hotel while in French custody, Gerstein described his visit to Belzec on 19th or 18th of August 1942. He witnessed there the unloading of 45 cattle cars crowded with 6,700 Jews deported from the Lwow ghetto less than 100 kilometers away, of whom 1,450 were already dead on arrival from suffocation and thirst. The remaining new arrivals were marched naked in batches to the gas chambers, beaten with whips to squeeze tighter inside. Imagine. Can you fucking imagine the horror? Christianity presents you horror. If Christianity, if the Catholic Pope had the humanity to stop it, he could have. He didn't. I'm pissed.
How many people died at Auschwitz?
More than one.
Have you got any autopsies?
Autopsies.
Huh?
Have you got any autopsies?
How would that help you?
Well, if you're going to establish cause of death, you need an autopsy, don't you?
So you think they're going to put somebody in a gas chamber and then do an autopsy?
Well, when they find bones in a gas chamber, yeah, I'm pretty, or in a furnace.
You know this gas chamber.
You know what an autopsy is, dude?
You know this gas chamber you're talking about,
Do you know what an autopsy is?
Of course I do.
An autopsy. So you, I shouldn't be laughing. It's not funny, but an autopsy is done to establish the method of death, how you died. So if you pull somebody out of a gas chamber who's dead, if you put somebody in a gas chamber who's alive, and you switch on the gas chamber, and then you pull them out of the gas chamber and they're dead, do you need to do an autopsy on them to figure out how they died? This is how idiotic these Christian Holocaust deniers are.
Yeah.
Okay, then why would you ask me if there's an autopsy on a body that just came out of a an oven?
Gas oven or gas chamber.
Okay, so
Either way.
Why would this was a televised event, like a presentation weekly serial? Come on, man.
Okay, well, here's the thing, right? At Auschwitz, right? Here's here's why they were put in quote unquote gas chambers, right?
Why were they put in Auschwitz in the first place? Firstly,
why? Because they were Jews.
Okay, now why were they put in Auschwitz? Because they were Jews.
Because they're fucking conscious. They told them to fucking get out of the country, and they wouldn't fucking leave, so he put them in the fucking concentration.
Okay, so this is the first bit of ignorance from this guy. Because they told them to leave. Firstly, okay, Auschwitz was in Poland. There were no German Jews ever sent to Auschwitz, as far as I can tell. Right? They were all Polish Jews. So this guy is saying that the Germans asked the Jews to leave Germany. They refused to leave, so they deserve to go to Auschwitz. This is what this guy is saying. If anybody recognizes this guy's voice and can let us know if he's still on the internet, I'd like to have another discussion with him and see maybe he's changed his mind. Maybe he's a little bit more educated now.
A lot of them weren't allowed to leave.
Most of them were Polish in Auschwitz, so
yeah, exactly.
At the end of the day, right?
The German Jews, hold on. The German Jews were asked to leave, and most of them left. A lot of them left. Okay, so there wasn't that many German Jewish victims of the concentration camps, but the Polish.
Oh well, hold on a minute. I reject
Polish
that.
victims, on the other hand,
I disagree.
Okay, let me. There wasn't that many. Is a little bit. It's not right. It's not right to say that, because there were about 125,000 German Jews that were actually exterminated. Okay, so in a contextual way, relative to the 3 million Polish Jews, 125,000 isn't that many, but still, it's a lot. It's 125,000 too many.
In a 3 million people range, dude.
I disagree with the what's your number? How many people died in concentration camps?
That's a number that they can't actually
This is where I do my trick. Sorry about before.
come up with because of the magnitude of how many.
How many German
Hold on a minute.
citizens?
How many people died to start off with? Before we go any further, how many people died in concentration camps?
17 million.
No, they fucking didn't.
Yes.
I'm talking shit. No, it isn't. It's 7 million. No, it's 6 million.
Oh,
6 million.
Ah!
6 million, you don't agree.
It's
70 million, you
no,
won't
it's interrupting me. It's okay interrupting me. Go for it.
Okay. So this is what I did. I said to him that 17 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust. And he didn't expect that. And he said, no, 7, 6. So now we agree on 6. You see? So now this guy is saying that 6 million Jews, he's admitting that 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust. And there's nothing he can do or say to take that back. He has actually said it. We've agreed 6 million, okay? The 17 million was just me to, I just said that because I knew he wouldn't expect that. So that's why he said, so you see, if I'd have said like 2, then he would have said, yeah, but you can't prove 2. Anyway, I thought that was genius myself.
17 million you won't accept, but 6 million you'll accept.
Okay, so where's your number? Which concentration camps were they killed at? Go on, explain.
What's the difference?
No, well, if you what's
the difference?
Where?
You said 6 million. It doesn't matter where.
He did.
So you don't know where they were killed?
Did you say 6 million?
He did.
Yeah, well, that's
Okay, so 6 million were killed in concentration camps.
Okay, so
6 million
so you say 17 million.
So
you
6
say
million.
7. Okay, interrupt.
Okay, well we've agreed on 6 million. That's fine.
Okay,
Now you said that 6 million were killed in concentration camps.
Where were they killed? Which camps were they killed?
Did you say that 6 million were killed in concentration camps?
That's what people commonly believe.
So which ones were they killed in?
I'm not telling you that. Well, allegedly, they were killed at Auschwitz, Balzec, Treblinka, and Sobibor.
Cool. Sobibor. Okay, so yeah, what's the next question?
Okay, so here's the problem, right? We'll get to Auschwitz in a minute, right? Balzac, allegedly 600,000 people were killed at that camp, right? Problem is, you've got no buildings, you've got no bodies, and you've got no intent, no criminal intent proven. And there's reasonable doubt of typhoid.
You didn't ask me. You didn't
But
answer.
hold on a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. You've got 2 eyewitnesses. Is that strong evidence or weak evidence?
Hold on a second. It's only fair that you answer my questions before I answer yours.
Okay, go for it. Ask a question.
Why were these Jews in Auschwitz?
Why? Why? Because you wanted them out of this country.
They were from Poland.
Okay, so what? So what if they're there? They give a shit if they're there. To be fair, I'd have fucked them off anyway.
There you go. To be fair, I would have fucked them off anyway. There you go. They're Jews. Who gives a fuck? They're Jew. You know what I mean? This kind of... Oh. This was allowed on the internet 5 years ago. And free speech, as far as I'm concerned, should still be allowed. But the free speech goes both ways. So this kind of hate speech, which is very loud, but from very few people, should be met with anti-hate speech, very loud from very many people.
I want an ethno-state and I want fucking Jews fucking robbing the country. Fuck them off.
See? He hates Jews. Simple. That's the whole thing. His whole denial of the Holocaust is simply because he hates Jews. Now, the snickering that you're about to hear is the sort of the court gesture of the hangout. He's going to be making snickering remarks and trying to find some stupid, ridiculous comedy. It's best that he should have shut up, but he didn't. So he's the court gesture. His name is Dan. If you ever come across him, just stay away from him. He's unpredictable.
In concentration camps, they came from villages, just villages in Poland.
Yeah, fuck them off at the end of the day. We don't need them. They're fucking robbing little bastards. They were destroying.
This is Jews he's talking about.
In the fucking culture. Admittedly, right, Hitler made an overgeneralization, right? But the reality is that the Jews, right, if you look at the majority of communists are fucking Jews, right? The culture was...
Do you hear that? The majority of communists, so he hates Jews and communists,
being completely destroyed by the fucking Jews. They were creating this environment of complete degeneracy like they are now.
Now, degeneracy, complete degeneracy like they are now. Listen to this hatred.
The commissars were for sure, Phil.
What?
You know, the Bolshevik commissars, definitely, they were overwhelmingly Jewish. That's not a joke.
But hold on a second. Excuse me.
Yeah.
You're bouncing around so that from your anachronism is glaring.
What?
We're talking about the Jews in Auschwitz, and you're running back to Bolshevism in the First World War. Come on.
No, I'm explaining why. The reason why Hitler sent them off to the fucking to the concentration camps, right, was because the Jewish people, by their very fucking nature, are slimy little bastards.
Did you hear that? This is a rabid anti-Jew. This is hate speech. This is stereotyping. Did you hear what he said? I really don't want to repeat it because it's highly offensive to me and to you who's listening and to probably anybody else. Hopefully everybody who's listening. What happened to my little, here it is.
Who are operating as their own ethnic group, right? They're operating as their own ethnic group, and they're not part of our group.
But they were in Poland. Nor were the Polish people part of your group.
What?
The Polish people and the German people were two separate nationalities. two separate.
They're saying about nationality, it's about ethnicity.
Two separate nations. Why were the Jews singled out to be put into Auschwitz when the rest of the Polish nation wasn't?
Why? Because you can't trust the Jews.
You see, he's on and on and on and on about hating the Jews. You can't trust the Jews. They're slimy little bastards, this, that, and the other. But he hasn't given a reason what it is that he hates about the Jews, other than that he hates the Jews. Yeah, De Freak, you're right. His best argument is an insult. Fuck him. I agree. Fuck him.
Because the Jews operate as their own ethnic group, right?
Jews say you can't trust the Germans. You got to admit they're right.
Right, hold on a minute. You can't trust. Right, the reason why the Jews were put into concentration camps is because they operate as their own ethnic group, and they're operating against other groups, and they engage in ethnic nepotism, right?
But these are just assertions and claims that you have no way to back up.
Yeah, where does this crap come from? Seriously, have you ever heard anybody else in the world say that?
Well, particular bias, isn't it?
These are your own individual biases. You have no way to back these up.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you could say it's his opinion or his.
This guy is the second anti-Jew, second Christian who comes in. I think there's three altogether.
Belief, but I think there is some belief.
Okay, so if we, how many?
I think you're right. If you spend any time around a Jewish community, you see that they do interact differently.
Well, you spend any time around any community. Hindu community, Muslim community, Baha'i community, Sikh community, they all interact differently. No shit, hey? Different cultures have differences. Can you believe it? There's differences between cultures. Wow, who would have thunk it?
Yeah, if you go to any Jewish community, they don't integrate with other groups. There's no fucking Muslims who are allowed to live it. If you go to Israel and say, I know, why don't we bring the Muslims in?
Okay, go to a Sikh community and see how integrated they are. Go to Chinatown and see how
Thank
integrated
you.
they are. Go to anywhere the hell you like where there's a little ethnic community and see how integrated they are. Why specifically do the Jews need to be singled out for this?
Why? The Jews are rigging the economy against every other thing.
You're making another ridiculous assertion and claim that you have no way to back up.
Can you imagine that his, listen to this, his argument here is that Poland, right, Auschwitz, and Belzec, the Jews in Poland were rigging the economy. Absolutely ludicrous. Ludicrous.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay, so if we look at every fucking CEO in America, the majority of them will be fucking Jews. If we look at the
hatred, bigoted, xenophobic,
the fucking international finance
Christian
system.
That's another claim that you can't back up.
Exactly.
I bet you can't. I bet you can't.
I bet you can.
I can.
Go ahead.
Go for it.
Okay, fucking well.
It's pretty well known that Jews watch each other's backs financially.
You still haven't backed up your Belzec or whatever concentration camp.
Okay, fucking well then. I'll just go on fucking Wikipedia.
So far, I've accused you of being a hoax and a fraud. And you haven't shown me that you're not.
Exactly.
Okay, well, I'll fucking show you now. Right.
Why'd you do that?
Right, Balzac extermination camp, right?
No.
I've made the argument, right? I've made the argument that Balzac extermination camp, right, only had 2 fucking eyewitnesses. There were no bodies found. There were no buildings found. It's up to you to prove that I'm full of shit. So go on.
So what you're saying is it doesn't exist.
So what you're saying is it doesn't. It was never. There's been no buildings. Go on, prove to me that buildings were fucking. That they found buildings or bodies. Go on, prove it now. You're on the fucking internet.
You're just proving that you're a total idiot and a fraud.
No, you're
and
a fucking idiot. If I'm full of shit, you can easily go on Google now and show me where they found the bodies and buildings. Go on.
Right there, baby.
You're on the internet right now.
You don't even know how to spell the name of the concentration camp.
Even if the Holocaust happened, what was wrong with that, right?
Yeah, that's the court jester who comes up with these stupid little sayings, and then he goes, he tries to do his little giggle. It's really embarrassing.
I'm kidding.
I'm screaming right now. I'm fucking right now, dickhead.
Come on, bring it on. Bring it on.
Horrible.
Bring it on, my friend. And
What's wrong with gassing millions of
Balzac in
Jews?
Germany was a Nazi extermination camp built, allegedly, I'll put there. Right, yeah. Between 450,000 and 500,000 Jews are believed to have been murdered by the SS. This makes it for the word.
I believe.
Yeah, here's where it gets interesting. Here's where it gets interesting.
What does it tell you when it says I believe?
Only seven Jews performing slave labor with the camps, can't say that word, fuck Germans, survived World War II. And only one of them became known thanks to his post-war testimony. So you've got one fucking witness. The lack of viable witnesses who can testify about the camp's operation, the primary reason why Balzac is so little known, despite its allegedly an enormous amount of fucking.
But everyone claims to have a grant.
Hold on a sec, because if you read the next sentence, it says Israeli historian David Silberklang writes that Balzac, quote, was perhaps the place most representative of the totality and finality of the Nazis' plans for Jews, unquote. So when you kill everybody but 7, and then that's your then you say, well, only 7 could testify that the camp existed. You don't bring into account that everybody else is dead. Then you're just an idiot. This guy's just a total fucking idiot.
Hold on a second. So they killed everyone in there except for 7 people, and that's your evidence that it didn't exist?
No. I made the claim that there were little or no fucking eyewitnesses. You've got one eyewitness, right? So you've got one eyewitness. That's weak evidence to start off with, right?
Well, hold on a second. If you kill everybody, you've got no eyewitnesses. Then what?
Where are the bodies? Okay, where are the bodies?
Well, let's get to the bodies. Go ahead.
To be fair, no, wait. I mean, they wouldn't kill the soldiers and the guards that worked at the camps, would they? So there's still be a lot of eyewitnesses left.
Concealment of camp's purpose. See, you bury yourself. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying you are foolish, because even if you scroll down, you see there's an aerial image of the camp.
There it is.
Yeah, but that's been dealt with before. That was written by someone else. It doesn't deal with how you fucking bury 600,000 fucking bodies.
You said the bodies were placed on pyres. It's all there, dude.
Well, there might be an aerial image.
What his question? No, don't fucking talk. You're getting the fucking red pill now, so shut off, right?
That's just building.
There, removing the bodies from the gas chambers, burying them, sorting, and repairing victims' clothing.
Right, hold on, man. Be quiet.
Stripping was performed by Sonderkommando. Work details. There you go.
How do they know that?
See, you're debunked.
How do they know?
You're debunked.
Hold on a minute. Stop talking.
What?
Stop talking.
There's nothing to hold on for. You're debunked. You're debunked. You should run away with your tail between your legs in shame.
Okay. You've won the arguments. Can I interject now?
No, you can talk.
Okay, I want to interject you because you've made some interesting points there, and I want to talk about them. Right. Okay. So at Balzac, they elect for starters, right? They've never found any of these bodies. Right? They've never found any of these bodies, and they haven't found any of these ashes. Right? So how can you say how many people died at that place?
Okay, firstly, if they burnt everybody in a funeral pyre, okay?
Oh, hold on a minute. Were these outside? Hold on a minute. I've got. This is important. This is an important interjection.
Important breakthrough. What?
Right. So you're talking about where they cremated people. Was this done in internal buildings or?
There was no cremation at Balzac that I can see. I don't know why I was talking about cremating them. Don't know.
Outside.
No, as you were scrolling, I was just reading from your screen.
Right, okay then. So this was done externally, right? They were done on fires.
Where do you put bodies in a big pyre and burn them? Inside or outside?
Have you tried? Right, here's a question, right? How difficult would it be to cremate a human body outside in -23? How difficult would that be?
-23 Celsius, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah. How difficult would that be?
Well, if you get a fire going, not very difficult at all.
Yeah. No, I'm on about cremating, not burning a body, cremating a body into ash.
Well, when you cremate it assumes...
The body is made up mainly of water, right?
Right. But when you're cremating a body...
We haven't found any bodies. We haven't found any bodies.
When you're cremating a body, you're putting it into like a
boil
furnace.
a body.
You can't cremate.
Yeah, I thought cremation was burning of a body, right?
Right, in a big oven or something.
Yeah, it takes a lot of heat though to do that, and a lot of you know.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue against that.
So, how much heat would they need to get to cremate? What was it? 500.
Look. The fact is, you are a fraud and a hoax in your
Why am I a
Holocaust
fraud?
denial.
Why am I a fraud?
Yeah,
Why am I a
throwing
fraud?
around insults, man. Relax, you know better.
Why am I? So here's the question. Why am I?
It's not an insult. A fraud and a hoax is a fact.
Why am I?
No,
Why
it's
am I?
not. That's your opinion.
It's not my opinion. It's opinion based on. It's my conclusion.
Ask an atheist. So I want to ask a question. Why am I a fraud?
Ad hom doesn't win arguments.
Yeah. Why am I a
It's not
fraud? What relevance has that got? Even if I am a fraud, how does that prove that what I'm saying is false?
Well,
how do you make that
you've just
logical?
answered your own question.
Why even go there, right? Why even go there?
You just answered your own question. So
See?
Well, here's the point, right?
Which again goes back to prove that not only are you a fraud, but you're not very smart.
Exactly.
Well, you just resorted to ad hominem.
I just looked up Belgic concentration camp, and if you go past fucking Wikipedia, there's a lot of stuff about it.
Yeah,
People
exactly.
People were burned in an open pit. And yes, they did find a lot of bones.
Hold on a minute.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Did find remnants of the gas chamber. So the Nazis
There
didn't
you
fucking
go.
destroy everything.
That's right.
Hold on. How do you know that? How do you know that?
He just looked it up.
Yeah, but
I just looked it up.
Yeah, that's not.
Well, go look on something
Look it up
besides
on
Wikipedia.
Hold on.
So
You guys
it was
provided
documented.
Wikipedia.
It was documented then.
Wait.
right?
Wikipedia, the link was provided
No,
by
I'm
you
not
guys.
gonna get there. Wikipedia.
On
Ignore
the
Wikipedia.
let me finish. On the Wikipedia link.
Sorry.
On the Wikipedia link, there are references. There are.
Are you familiar with David
And
Cole's
so,
work?
and what he's done is he's gone to look at the references that were on the links on Wikipedia, and that's what he's done. So it's not Wikipedia
Are you
itself.
familiar
but
with
the
David
information.
Cole's work?
No.
You must know everything. You must know everything.
Well,
Right,
that's
here's the
probably
point.
why you're having this problem. Go check it out. Go look up
No, I'm
David.
not
Cole.
gonna
Matter of
go
fact,
anywhere
I got
until-
it right here.
Phil, I sent you a DM.
Holocaust hoax exposed.
I've
Right,
got
here's the
a video in the chat as well. Ursula Haverbeck.
Yeah, and in the video is documented research that you can check out. You can verify for yourself. You can see that he visited these areas and inspected what you're calling gas chambers and found them to be delousing chambers and showers, and that this is bullshit.
Yeah, but Phil has
So-
he's already acknowledged.
I mean, so at least you got to understand that there is a valid other side to the argument,
Phil has
especially when you. Excuse me.
hold on a
I
second.
don't know what your habits are in a conversation, but interrupting people while they're talking is rude.
Well,
It is.
you don't have to repeat yourself. Say it once. You don't have to say
Oh,
it
I wasn't
again.
about to. Now, if you would know that had you listened. Okay, so in the beginning, when the Jews talk about 6 million, that's an older motif that they keep repeating. It's almost a mantra.
I was just about to say that Phil and I both agree that it's 6 million. So what are you talking about?
I don't care who
I don't
you
agree
guys
with
are.
that.
right?
Yes, you
guys are
did. I
nothing
said
to me.
17 million. You
It don't
said
matter what
6
you agree
million.
with. It's like
So we agreed on 6 million. Hold on a minute, guys. You guys are just burying yourselves. When we started this conversation, I said 17 million Jews were killed in the concentration camps. Phil came back to me and said, no, 6 million Jews were killed in the concentration camps. So we agree that 6 million Jews were killed in the concentration camps.
I don't care. That's not me.
We don't care. You don't care. Then how many
I-
Jews were killed in the
it's-
concentration camps according to you?
I'm saying that. See, that's not the issue here. That's a logic. I'm not supposed to be answering that question if I don't know. So I don't. But I do know that the Jews have claimed that 6 million have died repeatedly. That was what I had tried to convey to you. Had you been listening, that would have been the
Our
argument
Holocaust
you would have tried
denier,
to
Phil, agreed.
refute.
that 6
Instead,
million
you
were
just
killed.
move on to some other point that isn't even being made.
Our
which is sort of a
Holocaust
strong-
Phil,
denier.
check your messages.
Yeah, you're bad at
it's-
this.
Our Holocaust
Where are you
denier,
guys?
Phil,
I'm
agreed.
Where are you
going
guys
to
debating? Where are you
Our
guys debating
Holocaust-
over holograms?
Oh, no.
Hologram.
Our
Okay,
Holocaust
so there's that Dan guy again. He's gonna start pretending that Holocaust is holograms. He's gonna start going on about that. It's really embarrassing for him, but
denier, who's
I've just
Phil,
asked a German comment, so hopefully it does.
has agreed with me that 6 million people were killed in the Holocaust. So how does a Holocaust denier agree that 6 million were killed in a Holocaust which didn't exist?
I have no.
So
I
6
could
million
care less.
holograms
It's like,
were turned off?
how does one guy?
Is that what
Whatever.
you're-
That
is
doesn't
that what,
matter.
Sydney, is that what you're claiming, that 6 million holograms were turned off
Bad logic.
by the Nazis? And I mean, what's so bad about that, right?
see
Look,
what I mean?
1915, the same story was being told about 6 million Jews in peril, 6 million souls lost.
Oh, this guy. Okay, this guy is gonna come in now and bring in the 6 million argument. How all of a sudden it's always 6 million, 6 million, 6 million Jews in the Holocaust, 6 million something in Armenia, 6 million here, 6 million there. Bullshit. What's the vote for? Oh, the vote is for this Phil guy. Fuck that guy. It's kind of a stupid poll. I'll take it down. I'll think of a better one.
And then
back up
you know,
with your
that's
source
well
for that.
before the war. Okay, so like I've been trying to say, in 1915, the Sun in New York, right there, said 6 million Jews. One half of the Jewish people throughout the world are being persecuted, hounded, tortured, starved. 6 million Jews. You got to remember that. The government is
Okay.
writing today. Oh, okay.
And you
In
saying that was a
1918, the New
false-
York Times
was that a
says,
false,
right? 6
article?
million souls will need help to resume normal life when war is ended. So they've been telling you, 1919, the New York Times said 6 million.
Okay, this guy comes up with. He's gonna come up with dozens of articles, 6 million this and 6 million that, all over the place, all over history. It's pitiful with these arguments that these people bring against history.
Million are in peril. Mass meeting here. It's always been 6 million, guys. Let's wake up, man. If they're trying to embed that number into your head now, let's talk about it. What's up?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
I'm not aware of this.
You also,
He said, let's talk about it. So let's talk about it. But no, he won't let us.
if you're
1920, the Constitution of Atlanta.
Sort
I'm
of
reading
a
to you
snake
right off
oil
the newspaper,
salesman
bro.
is what you are. You're a snake oil salesman trying to.
I'm
peddle
reading to you right
bullshit.
off the newspapers.
Yeah.
I'm reading to you right off the
And
newspaper.
is that
If you
supposed
can
to make
prove
us
I'm
feel
lying,
better?
please.
Is that supposed to
Why do you-
make us?
why do you believe
Is
the
that supposed to
newspaper?
convince us that
Why do
you're
you believe
correct?
the
Please prove I'm lying. I don't. Like I
You know
said,
very well that the
don't believe
newspapers
the
have been proven to be
newspapers.
liars
The number
over
is a lie.
very, very many decades.
yeah, the newspapers exist, yeah, but the fact that I don't believe in the newspapers,
so
that's
did
a
the
whole different story. Yeah. Starvation and suffering of 6 million Jews. Again, 1919. So from 1915 to 1919. Now in 1920, the New York Times says again, 6 million in Russia. Massacre threatens all Jews as
What is your
Soviet
point?
power.
See, this guy's talking absolute shit. Absolute shit. So I'll tell you what. I'm going to go back to here. Carry on this. And
Hold on, what is your point? Okay.
6 million
Stop,
Jews.
stop, stop.
1931, the Gazette, Montreal. 6 million
How do you
Jews.
kill a wolf?
Yeah, wait. Okay, now wake up, guys. There's
I said stop.
How do you kill holograms, man? Can someone explain that to me?
there's that Dan
You know,
again.
you keep talking about like holographic Jews that were killed, but I mean, how do you kill a hologram?
Holographic juice.
Hey, I made it.
Oh, hey, yo, Jay. So,
Hi, everyone.
We've got our token German guy in for the Holocaust debate.
Okay, some German guy comes in, apparently.
All right, Jay. I couldn't get this other guy to stop without hiding him. He's like
Oh shit, where's he gone?
He's there.
Where's fucking
He's there, but I had to
Black-
hide him because he wouldn't shut up.
Who?
Um,
Oh, okay.
I can't.
Black Sun dude.
Who wouldn't shut up?
Mr. somebody else. Mr. Okay.
Oh, Grimm.
Mr. Grimm. Have you ever heard of Mr. Grimm? It's a name that sort of tickles my memory cells, but I can't really place. I do know that there was a Mr. Grimm in the Hangouts.
Oh, don't mute Grimm.
I didn't mute him. Okay, so we're back. Now we have a bit of a situation here where one Holocaust denier agrees that 6 million Jews were killed, and another Holocaust denier says that none of them were killed, and if any of them were killed, they all deserved it anyway.
No one said that.
Skeptical.
I never said no one was killed.
I'm skeptical of the story, man, because it's like you
You're just
expect me to
strawmanning me
believe
again,
that
I
the
don't understand
Germans
why you do that.
had that technology to make 6 million
You see,
holograms
he's still going on about these
and
stupid
then turn them off.
holograms.
I mean, that sounds pretty insane to me.
Like, what do you say to a guy like that?
Somebody was on 6 million grams if they believe that story.
I mean, they didn't have holographic technology back then, right?
Cocaine or something.
Now, what are the conflicting views?
The conflicting views is this. A Holocaust denier came in here and said something about a concentration camp that didn't exist, that there's no evidence of it existing, this, that, and the other.
So they sent all these holograms to
Nobody asked
camps
you.
to teach them how to focus?
Dan,
You know,
that's
how to
Dan.
concentrate?
Do you want to be? Do you want to listen, or do you want to take over this conversation? What do you want to do?
He wants to do both.
Immortal,
What's
what
wrong
do
with
you wanna
both?
do? Make up your mind.
Yeah.
You're either gonna butt in every single time, take over, and talk shit, or you're gonna listen. What do you want to do?
I'm listening to you guys, man, but, you know, I had some questions.
Well,
Yeah, how about
if you got
we-
questions
how
that are
about-
relevant, why don't you hold them till the end? Thank you.
Yeah, how about we just let each other finish, everyone?
Yeah,
and
I'm just trying to give you
that's
a,
the most productive.
trying to give you a.
I posted an inappropriate meme in the out chat.
Okay, this is a guy by the name of No Brains. The guy just said that inappropriate meme. Now he also hates Jews and he's also a Christian. So those two things seem to go together for some reason or other.
Fair enough. All right, so.
Oh, I was going to say, in those days, back in the Google Hangout days, where you sort of had a little bit of moderation control. I was trying my best to moderate and not kick people and do like what Darth Dawkins does. I was trying to be fair, and I still do that. I still try and be fair, but I don't take well to the over talking thing especially when it's a serious dialogue. Everybody butting in it just doesn't work, and it's just a waste of my energy.
A Holocaust denier claimed that there was there was a concentration camp by a particular name which there's no evidence that it existed. There's no bodies. There's no gas chamber. There's no nothing. So I made a claim that 17 million Jews were killed during the Holocaust. And that same Holocaust denier said, no, it wasn't 17 million Jews who were killed. There was only 6 million Jews who were killed. So, okay, now we agree on how many Jews were killed during the Holocaust. 6 million. Then we have another Holocaust denier who comes in and he says, I don't deny that Jews were killed during the Holocaust, but it certainly wasn't 6 million. I also asked the question about the Jews that were in the concentration camp. Why were they in the concentration camp? And the vitriol that came back as to why they were in the concentration camp in the first place kind of made me think that maybe they deserved to die. They were such assholes. Of course they should be in the concentration camp. The hatred of Jews by the Holocaust deniers is palpable. What do you guys got to say?
There was a guy who came in and they told you. Hold on a second.
That they were in the concentration camp to focus, right? To learn how to focus. Isn't that what concentration camps are for?
Come on, quit playing around first. Then there was another guy who came in and started reading to you newspaper articles about the 6 million Jew motif being a much older motif and a conditioning to the public.
Yeah.
And what do we say about that guy?
It was you.
I know. He didn't happen to mention me, I noticed.
Well, because you were.
And if he did, he misrepresented
talking about
my
stuff
position
that
100%.
was totally irrelevant, and you went on and on and on.
Right,
And
irrelevant.
Yeah, irrelevant.
Irrelevant. The only guy.
He's the guy that was talking about this David Cole, and David Cole is a journalist. Where did I? Yeah, David Cole's a journalist. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna go find that. Where did I stick it? There it is. So David Cole's a journalist and a Jew. And he's a kook. I'm going to put this, you can look it up for himself. You can read this. This guy who was talking about David Cole all the time. Yeah, you can read all about him. Actually, come on down. I'll just put the whole link, dinky poo, in there for you. Okay, you can go read about this David Cole. Not much to read, but he's a bit of a kook, crazy guy. So you can't really take what he says. You will take what he says with a huge bag of salt.
Who's showing fucking evidence of his goddamn conversation, and he's the irrelevant one. The only guy in the room showing evidence, and he's irrelevant. I'm reading to you off of these newspapers that exist that you can get copies of yourself.
You showed no evidence.
Yeah, you're a clown,
sir. Are you making a truth statement, sir?
I don't know. Am I? It only sounds true if you actually know.
Sir, are you appealing to evidence, sir? But how do you know that your senses are reliable, sir?
Right, because language doesn't dictate the universe, Darth.
That's not Darth.
I'll stop. I'll get serious now.
That wasn't Darth. That was Mr. Batman he was trying to imitate. Sir.
Okay.
Oh. Sounds like you know Darth in here, huh?
Yeah, I think we all do, don't we?
Who's Darth DD?
Darth Dude.
Don't forget, this is 5 years ago, okay?
The second dumbest Christian on the internet?
Well, no, Christian Hillbilly's dumber than Darth. Christian Hillbilly's like a shit version of Darth.
I think he's kind of creative.
Yeah, Christian Hillbilly is Mr. Batman.
Oh, exactly. It's like the exact polar opposite of the same shit charade.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Darth is a little afraid of it, that he doesn't admit it. But anyway.
No, I won't say that I deny that the Holocaust happened. I did like a guy. There's a YouTube link. I'll throw it on later. I'm driving, but I'll throw it in the chat. Where he broke down like all the casualties of war during World War I and II.
I just want to remind you, everybody, that the room. Hold on a second. Oh, there we go. That I want to remind everybody, that the conversation room, the chat room, is open. Look, ooh, hello. Gee, join us. Please join us. So, yeah, I'm sorry. Let's just listen to these guys, and I'll say what I say when I say it.
Comparison is going to people. And even so many Germans were killed afterwards. I mean, I think the body count to be authentic is impossible to do. I think there was too much death and destruction over there during that whole time period to even actually calculate what the fuck was even going on. And we were over here going over there to try to end it. So how the fuck do we know any better? For Christ's sake, we still can't agree on whether or not Stalin had Hitler's body, right? We still argue whether Russia had it, or did we actually get it? Or was he actually just bomb the shit out of?
Well, or did he go to Argentina?
I think you're forgetting the fact that Germans are usually very organized and very, in this case, unfortunately, and we have all the paper trail of all these people that were sent to the concentration camps. So we usually know the names of all the people that got killed there. Not every single one But because some of the papers
I mean, it's a pretty accurate number, though. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not denying that it's all bullshit. I've never fathomed that. I mean, my school team.
Adam, I cut you off.
I mean, Jay, have you seen these documents? Let's go on.
I think people are being civil muted.
Come on in if you want.
Well then, okay. I don't know much about the evidence and support for the Holocaust, man. So, but I mean, hopefully you guys can educate me here. It's not my area. It's not my area of expertise.
Well, firstly, we got to agree on.
You know. Besides, man, I don't particularly care about.
Well, firstly, we got to agree on one thing. Did the Holocaust happen, or did the Holocaust not happen?
Right.
Okay. Then we got to sort of sort the Holocaust deniers from the Holocaust deniers.
Right. Got to sort the goats from the goats. Right. Gotcha.
And today, just in this short segment, I've come across two Holocaust deniers that are opposed or that have opposing views on Holocaust denial. It's weird.
So, who are the Holocaust deniers? Mr. and someone else?
Phil, but he's not here.
Phil, who left.
Obviously.
And I'm just presenting David Cole's work, which is quite an extensive amount of research, right? It's not just because like some guy's opinion out of nowhere for whatever reason. No, this is a much more particular. Yeah.
I think there's a distinction between a Holocaust denier and a Holocaust skeptic.
Right. For in other words, he's been out to the Auschwitz. He's been to, he's inspected these so-called gas chambers and everything, and just things aren't adding up. That's what I
don't think the numbers are correct. No way.
Well, let me ask you this: would it not be?
There's a lot more people dead, actually. I would say on both sides of the coaling.
Would it not be fair or prudent to go to the first sources? Not worry about people who go to the sites after the fact. The guys who were there, who liberated the camp, those who reported and recorded what they saw.
Yeah, you do both. You got to do both.
Space to go.
Okay, you got to be more well-rounded and less biased than that, my friend. You have to do both.
Yeah, I mean, going only to sources, that were produced by
anecdotal.
I never said to go only. I said this guy Grimm seems to only have gone to the later sources and absolutely ignored the first sources, the original sources.
You're being entirely presumptuous. Yeah.
Then why do you discount the original sources?
I don't.
The first-hand sources you discount.
We've never even discussed that, right? So you're just being presumptuous.
Yeah. Maybe. Can I just ask you a question?
The fact that you're accepting the later sources. The fact that you're accepting the later sources over the first-hand sources.
Right. I must agree with you, or else I must have gotten my research from somewhere else, or did it backwards. Yeah, I get you. Presumptuous. I get you.
Now, what I'm saying, dude, what I'm saying is this: is that there's first-hand sources from the liberators and the people who were there at the time, and then you're saying some guy went in there like 30 years later and decided that he came up with some conclusions, and you're discounting what the first-hand sources came up with, the pictures and everything that was there at the time, and you're saying to a guy, okay, you go there 30 years later and you sort of see if you can make it through the jungle that's grown up around the place and make some conclusions, and I'll go with that instead of the first-hand conclusions. That to me sounds ridiculous.
I strongly disagree with.
Excuse me, not discount. No, you hold on. You're talking to me and about me, so it's my turn to respond, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. So I'm not discounting it. I'm interpreting it differently. I wrote it in the side chat there, but you got to be a little bit more patient with people and stop being so presumptuous. It comes off as quite abrasive. I don't know why.
I agree with you.
And I represent the Holocaust ignorance right here because I don't know much about, the evidence in support.
Fucking no one does. None of us know what the fuck's going on. None of us have any evidence. None of us have seen these documents.
Why don't you go visit your local Holocaust museum?
Thank you. To a concentration camp.
No, you're being presumptuous, Eve.
Why don't
I'll go.
I'm not being presumptuous. That's a fact. I'm pretty sure.
He's playing.
I'm pretty sure most of us in this room haven't.
Guys,
I'm pretty sure none of us know what the fuck we're talking
about. Yes. Thanks, man. You're right, because no one needs to be acting like they're an authority to somebody else about this subject in this room. That's for sure.
Why don't?
I've been looking at a lot of different sites, and nobody says 6 million or 7 million or 17. A lot of it is estimated because of the population of the Jews between. And if you look at this, I put it in the side chat or the inside chat. But I'm sure that somebody's going to have a problem with that because it's probably a Jewish site. And the Jews lie about everything, but I'm being facetious. But
we know,
and I've known people. I've met people. I've met people that were around when concentration camps were liberated, and they have eyewitness to what was there.
Can we do something fun? If someone can screen share, because I think it would be good for this conversation. I think it would kind of help bring it out of the fucking dead zone here, because it's like I don't know why we're trying to trump each other when it is just kind of like a topic. But this will give you a hell of a lot of stats throughout that war. It's interesting. Just look it up.
It's not in a dead zone. Patrick was talking. You interrupted him.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Patrick.
I'm not talking about the conversation fucking dying, though, by the way.
Yeah, there's people forever. They're going to go, oh, the Holocaust never happened. The Holocaust never happened. Fact of the matter is, it did, right? And for somebody to say the Holocaust didn't happen, whether it is fucking ignorant. To say 6 million people died, or 3 million people died, or 1 million people died, or 17 million people died. The fact of the matter is, it fucking happened.
Again, that's just you saying that, so you need to prove it.
Yeah. No, that's
like I said, I've got a video on my channel. Go for it.
Okay. Well, I kind of agree that this conversation is not really moving anywhere, because I think, that's just my opinion, but I wanted to make a suggestion that maybe we can try and make it a little more constructive by, first of all, not making assumptions about other people's knowledge or beliefs or position.
Screw you.
Also trying to let each other finish and not interrupting. And maybe we can just do it like, if someone wants to say something, just say, may I say something after this? That's like a little interruption, and then we can
Actually, I wanted to say something about that. Look, if you come into the room, you know how he was talking about, not interrupting? Well, here in this room, you have a little hand here, right? So you can raise your hand, and then this little hand comes up, and then I'll know whose hand is raised, and then I can let you have the floor. It's all set up for moderation like that. Lower hand, you can raise your hand and lower your hand. Okay, so that's how this room is going to work. You don't have to butt in and start talking in order to be heard. You just have to raise your hand, and you will be seen and heard. I just wanted to let you know.
We can do it in order.
Can I just say something then? Was I wrong about that? How many of us were, part of World War II? How many of us have been to the concentration camps? How many have seen all the documents? How many have seen the bodies? Was I wrong?
Well, I own a Nazi.
No. Will someone just say yes? Has anyone seen the bodies? Has anyone done that?
To see the concentration camp.
No, I guess I was right then. If no one
have been there.
If no one's going to answer.
There. Why you're in?
Hello, Nissa Threepwood. How are you? Thanks for saying hi. Thanks for popping in.
Interrupting me, sir.
Oh, you're not coming in very loudly. That's why. I don't think he can hear you.
Yeah, sorry.
Patrick.
Yeah, maybe he can hear me if this guy would fucking shut up.
Yeah, but you're talking shit, Dan. Patrick actually said that he spoke to people who were there liberating the concentration camp, and then as soon as Patrick finished, somebody came up and said, "Well, how come nobody has any information or first-hand information? Nobody knows anything. You know, you guys are not listening to anything that anybody's saying."
Really?
Yes.
Well, they have
how do you practice?
They have documents.
How do you?
I'm showing you a video right now of David Cole's work, and David Cole is showing you on live his interviewing some of these people you're claiming we don't interview. Look at the drop-offs. Yeah. All of this stuff that you're saying we don't have.
Grampy Lobster.
I'm showing you evidence right now, and you're only discarding it. You're not looking at it, which is the bias. I know, but I mean, hey.
Grampy Lobster said that he spoke.
I'm sure
to
you're gonna
people.
hide me because it's the only way you can, win an argument.
Well, if you don't keep quiet for a minute, Grampy Lobster said that he spoke to people who liberated the concentration camps. Okay, he spoke to people firsthand who were there. How do you discount that information?
We're not. Just add it with this information because this is the same thing. But you can't just have only the anecdotal information and expect it actually to have any validity when you're trying to prove something, especially when there's all of the contrary evidence against
I'll tell you
what
why.
you're saying.
Because if we were talking about this 1 year after the event, that's all we'd have is that anecdotal information.
Well,
anecdotal evidence is not enough in the criminal proceedings. Sorry, we're talking about murder. Fuck that. Accusing someone of murder, you can't use anecdotal. If you're accusing someone of murder, you can't say, "I've got some anecdotal evidence." Oh, well, great.
Right. You have to show more than just somebody saying that you did it.
I think you guys are grasping at straws. You got nothing.
Oh, really? Yeah, you got anecdotal evidence. I mean,
that's the funniest thing I've heard all night. Oh yeah, no, you said something else that was funnier than that earlier, but they're only coming from you, the jokes.
Oh, well, that's fine, but you guys have got nothing other than your bigotry that you got nothing.
No, it's not mine. It's yours. It's reversed, man. I don't have a problem with anybody's specific religions or I'm just showing you that there are indiscrepancies here.
You are a bigot, and that's you hide behind your bigotry. That's all you do.
You're doing that right now. You're being the bigot.
Why don't you be a little bit more original?
Why would I have to? What's original? You invented the word bigot?
Be a copycat. Go ahead.
Oh, you invented the word, eh? Sorry, I didn't realize that, Al Gore. Is this your internet too?
Lol.
Yeah, he's just burying himself every time he opens his mouth.
Anyway.
Oh shit! This is great, man. Now we got him.
He's looking in the mirror. That's hilarious. But we're sitting here talking, and I'm showing you right now, this work from David Cole.
You just blabbing.
Well, you're looking right at it, you can like it or not. It's the video from my channel.
There's no
about
video.
David Cole's
nobody
work.
can see any fucking video. Nobody knows who David Cole's. Nobody's ever heard of him. Nobody cares.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I never heard of him.
Sharing in your life.
Brought it up.
Exactly.
What do you think of the Holocaust, man? You're Muslim. Let's get the Muslim perspective on the Holocaust.
I mean, how many of us in here speak Hebrew, actually?
I do.
I don't speak Hebrew.
Why the
fuck would I want to learn the language of the fucking Jews, dude?
Good. Thank you. So you do at least.
All right. Okay, so this is pretty interesting. This is actually kind of funny. So this guy says, "How many in here speak Hebrew?" And I said, "I do." And he starts throwing a couple of sentences at me in Hebrew. So what I did was I started carrying on the conversation in Hebrew. And, well, listen.
תגיד לי משהו. אנחנו יכולים לשוחח קצת בעברית, או אתה לא יודע כל כך?
I
thought so. You fucking fraud.
See, according.
You're a fucking Jew. You got a bad
You're
throat.
a fucking fraud, dude.
All right, so because I can speak that much Hebrew, I'm a fucking Jew, and this guy thought he could challenge, the room to speak to show them that he speaks Hebrew, and I busted him so bad.
No, that I speak some Hebrew. I said.
Yeah, he speaks some Hebrew. 3 words, and you think you speak Hebrew. Bullshit. You can't put a sentence together.
I just did. I put a sentence together.
You put a sentence that every tourist in the whole world can put together.
Why are we arguing about who can speak?
Yeah, every tourist that goes to Israel learns a few of the exact same sentences. How are you? Where's the bathroom? All this kind of stuff, and that's what this guy has done. But I don't think he ever went there.
I know willfully. Like I work for myself. I mean, I can understand a lot of simple shit, dude. And I didn't take any Hebrew in school. I learned that.
He's talking shit. He doesn't understand a damn thing.
Just from listening to other people talk.
You're a fucking fraud. You're a liar.
You listen to fucking Jews talk.
Yeah, exactly.
You're the one who said, "Can anybody
I lived with Jews for a really long time, so I know exactly how they.
I lived with Jews for a very long time, so I know exactly how.
You're the one.
How to speak Hebrew. This is so stupid.
Know exactly how they non-Jews.
You're the one who said. You're the one who said. Excuse me.
They lie to you. Excuse me. Give each other interest-free loans at the synagogue.
Excuse me.
Hello.
See, listen to that hatred.
I want to say something. You're the one who said. Can anybody speak Hebrew? I said yes, and you fucking thought you were such a big boy that you got me. Turns out you were faking it. You were fucking playing poker. You were bluffing. I called your bluff, dude.
I don't think he was making that argument. He was just asking a question. He was like, "Does anyone speak Hebrew?"
Oh yes, and then he challenged me.
Okay, right. Well, that's that.
Exactly.
I don't think it was a challenge. I don't think it.
No one cares. No one cares.
Oh, now no one cares.
No one cares about who's got the biggest dick, right? Great. One of you can speak Hebrew, one of you can't.
How does Moses like his tea? He brews it.
Ah ha 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 ha! Woo! Funny, huh?
Yeah, point is, Holocaust didn't happen. Fuck the Jews. Even if it did happen, I don't give a shit.
You see, this guy is he has such a deep-seated hatred of Jews, but he doesn't say why, other than they what did he say? They do something to the economy.
I think he should have killed more. Kill all the fucking.
Whoa! He said kill them all. Did you hear that?
That's what I said.
That's it. That's what you do.
I am a bigot. I think the Jews should fuck off. Am I right, see it?
Why is that?
I am a bigot, he says. I think the Jews should fuck off. I don't like people like him.
Muting me because you have like really cheap arguments and like you really can't handle this conversation without muting me for some reason. It's weird. This fucking asshole.
All right. No, I don't hate all the Jews. Just fuck off back to Israel. Go to Israel.
No, I muted him once when he was talking over you, Sidney.
I don't know if in this program anybody can mute anybody else other than the moderator. I challenge somebody to come to this room and mute me. Just kidding.
So,
See, he's got my back, man.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the Jews. They should just stay to their own people and their own nation of Israel.
See, even though he hates Jews and thinks that they should all fuck off, he actually recognizes that Israel is the home of the Jews, even though he thinks that all Jews in the world should go and live there. What do you say to that? Put your comments in the comment section, please. Thank you.
Why do you think that?
Like, with me, honestly, if the Holocaust did happen, and I'm fine if it did. The Jews, it would be cool if the Jews stopped bitching about it. It happened in the fucking 40s. Get over it.
It didn't happen to you.
Bullshit, dude.
Nah, that's a bit harsh. You can't get over it. Fuck you, get over it. I hate that. I hate it when people say get over it. I mean, there are certain things you probably could say get over it, but not that I can think of one right at this moment, because most things that people say get over it about are really things that are traumatic, things that have things that are probably in post-traumatic, right? So you can't just get over it if it's post-traumatic, if it's nobody understands a damn thing about humans. And it just shows that very few people understand themselves. What do you think about that statement?
It didn't happen. If it did happen, it didn't happen.
It's like,
It did happen. So what? Fuck the Jews. Fuck the Jews. Who gives a shit?
like, quit living your life being, fucking victims.
No, just a move to create a fucking state for Israel is all it was.
You guys are just fucking.
See, they are bigoted bastards.
I hate Judaism. I'm not gonna lie.
Is it bigoted to not want some religious cult to fucking come in and start taking land and making a world consciousness view on it? Trying to
Some religious cult. Now we're down to some religious cult.
bring the fucking one world governance to the world.
One world. Okay, some religious cult. So you're thinking that all these people from the Chabad with their black hats and black suits and long beards and long beards and those what do they call those curly locks and their funny furry hats. Okay, so there's your one world religion. This is what he's scared of. He's gonna take over the world, and we're all gonna have to wear black coats and have curly locks. And we're gonna have to wear those black kind of tight pants with the white socks up to the knee, and dance the horror round and round and round with each other. This is what this guy is scared of. One world order of Chabad.
The end game for the Jewish religion, that's everybody listens to what the Jews say, and everybody's under the Jewish rule and law. Only one world governance. So wake the fuck up. And then all the Christians running around saying, "Oh, the Jews are chosen people and supporting this shit." They're just also not realizing that their religion was built to accentuate the other religion from the same secret societies that started these dumb pharaonic religions in the first place.
Oh, okay, so this guy's now going on some kind of a rant. Pharaonic, he says. What do you think that means? Because I certainly have no idea, but I'm interested in finding out why. Because this video has only another 2 minutes to run, and you will be set free of it.
To make it look like there's different templates of fucking rule going on when it's all the same shit at the top anyway. And all these wars are fake bullshit. Yeah, because there's artificially orchestrated fucking energy crisis and all this bullshit like oil's a fossil fuel or something, and it's fucking abiotic. We can see it being hydrocarbons being produced on. We can see because we can see it clearly with electrochemical reactions on Comet 67P from the light spectrum analysis. We can see rapid hydrocarbon production. That's why. It's.
It is funny. You've got the guy just spewing it out as fast as he could about this Comet 67, like as if we wouldn't notice. So I looked it up. You know what? I'll give you the link because it's pretty fucking funny. You got to admit. All right. There's the link, and now you can listen to what he says.
Just baffle them with bullshit. That's what I do.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Whatever, dude.
If you want to win your argument, baffle them with bullshit.
Really?
The Electric Universe, the order of the Sphinx, they created Judaism, they created the pharaonic religions, they created the cult of the
Catch up. I'm talking about Dr. Franklin and Ariba's work on the Rosetta mission, the light spectrum analysis. Check it out, guys. It should exist. Yeah, there's actual science being done out there. They're landing Rosetta missions on comets. Why is it irrelevant?
I said it's not relevant.
What? Which you said it's not relevant? No. Which would mean it was irrelevant. So I said, why is it irrelevant?
Because it's not relevant.
Right. Okay. So, nice argument. Gravity because gravity. Right. Smooth. I know we're working with a genius. Sorry.
Well, Well, hey, you choose.
My wife is telling me to slow down for you guys.
You choose the hangouts you come into, and then you choose the attitude you take. Obviously,
Well, I say you, and
you've
because
got
you got a
no
mouse.
control over your attitude.
Honestly, you know, when it comes to Jews, man, if you see them performing genital mutilation, fucking slap that Jew.
Absolutely.
You see a Jew supporting genital mutilation, slap
Well,
that Jew.
you know, we
Well,
saw
if he's
with
doing it with his feet, right?
Holocaust denial, and you guys are
Sucking the blood out of the penis of a baby,
So what
right?
you do
So
is you
this
start
is-
to
this
attack
is
the
where-
actual,
But I'm not here to judge.
traditional little rituals that they have.
All right, there you go. That's it. It's done. It's done. So now you guys can join. Let's see. What do I need to do to change? Okay, first thing I'll do is I'll just remove the join thing. There we go. So you can join anytime. Now, what I'm going to do is figure out what I'm going to show you, or do, or keep you. How I'm going to keep you entertained while I wait for people to finish the dinner, make some coffee, which I'm going to do myself. So I'm going to entertain you while we're waiting. So while we're waiting. For me to find something to entertain you with, let me, I've actually got nothing to do while you're waiting for something for me to entertain you with. Oh no. How about this? Let's see if that works. Hold on a sec, folks. Don't despair, folks. Yeah, that should do it. Yeah, give me one moment. Just give me a sec to adjust, Oh, I don't have to adjust anything. Here we go. Except that you can't hear a damn thing, can you? Because I couldn't. Hold on a minute. Audio. Oh, that's because it's muted. Sorry. Boy, aren't you glad I'm not an engineer? Start it again.
Rebuke and Reprove accepted the challenge from Pine Creek and publicly made a fool of himself.
I have a challenge for Christians. I think very rarely do you have the opportunity to state clearly, unabashedly, what you believe. So this is the challenge. The challenge is I have 8 things that I think a lot of Christians believe are just facts of history according to the Bible. And I'm giving you the opportunity to record yourself saying what you believe. So I challenge you to figure out what of these 8 things you believe. So if you believe that, I challenge you to say it out loud and record yourself saying it. Publicly say, I believe a man lived in the belly of a great fish for 3 days.
I believe a man lived in the belly of a great fish for 3 days.
Public, or if you don't believe it, then don't say it. But if you do believe it, say it. I believe that Jesus ordered the stoning of rebellious children.
I believe Jesus ordered the stoning of rebellious children.
That's the modern synthesis, right? No, I didn't say natural selection. I said modern synthesis. Well, I just pointed out that the modern synthesis failed in evolutionist biologists all agree on that. So what we're hearing is a lot of philosophical ideas, and you'll see that their examples are based on ideas, and they want you to see this, and it's like a card trick. See this I'm talking about something not biological, therefore it happens biological. See instead of biological examples, they're telling you their stories and their philosophy, because evolution is not science, it's philosophy. When it comes to things like citrate utilization, the evolutionists, this is the only argument they really have for evolution. If evolution were true, evolution had to produce cooperative mutations, had to build the information that builds physiological novelties in the body plans of living things, else the land-dwelling creature never rises from the fish. The bird never rises from the land-dwelling creature, and etc. Okay, evolutionists never offer arguments about that because they can't. And all you guys are repeating is neo-Darwinianism. That failed.
Nephew, that failed. For a hot minute.
Evolutionist biologists agree that neo-Darwinianism has failed, and that's why they offer what they call the third way, which includes ideas like phenotypic plasticity and synergetic epistasis and whatnot. When it comes to citrate, for example, you offer this kind of idea as evidence of evolution, but the truth is, what's been discovered is that the bacteria already have the ability to produce the citrate utilization. The gene is simply turned off. A mutation, a change, not necessarily a random one, but an inbuilt change based on the coding of the information in the bacteria, turns on a gene. Excuse me.
You've been going for a hot minute.
Turns on the gene. I just want to say one thing.
No.
I'll never again debate.
God told me to make this video. About 2 o'clock this afternoon. God told me he wanted me to do what I'm doing. I have a job for you, and it is to share this truth in the world. I want you to use YouTube to do it. I want you to make videos and explain to people that evolution is a lie, that I created it all, that the word science supports my... The Earth split open at the mid-Atlantic ridges, which run around the Earth like the seam of a baseball, and the great pressure of the crust of the Earth, 6 miles of it, on this water, caused the water to eject from the Earth at supersonic speed. Much of this water escaped the escape velocity of the Earth and headed toward the Moon, where the Moon's gravity accelerated it, and the Moon was pelted by water frozen from the frozen water, which came from inside the Earth at the beginning of the Noachian flood.
Good afternoon. In this video, in this live stream, I'm going to provide some reasons that we can know that evolution is not science, but it's instead philosophy. And the proponents of evolution theory actually admit this in the things that they say about evolution and the philosophies that they have produced about evolution. I'm going to explain to you 2 of those philosophies. The philosophy of punctuated equilibrium and the philosophy of directed natural selection. I'll be back in just a minute. Hope you're having a great day.
Yeah, I'm having a great day. I'm about to go make coffee, so you guys can listen to Nephilim Free and his bullshit. Let me just find him. I gotta find him. He said a couple of minutes. Where was he going? Let me just do it this way. I'll just 4 times the speed until he comes back. Then I'll go make me coffee. See that up there? That's my dangling green screen. I should just lower it. Look. He's back. Oh, come on.
for evolution would be directed natural selection. Now, what they mean by directed natural selection is directed by the environment. Say, for example,
bullshit, right? All right, get him a coffee.
Let's say, for example, that it's
Gonna
obvious
leave
that
you
the
with
Earth's
Neff.
environments are constantly in flux; they're changing, and so areas that are heavily forested are becoming deforested, and tundra might be encroaching, and the forest shrinking. Let's say on one side, and the tundra growing on the other as the trees depart from that area. So the idea is this. What they were trying to explain is what is called stasis of the fossil record. That is, the creatures appear in the fossil record and then they leave the fossil record essentially unchanged in any significant way. Certainly not in an anatomical way. They may have morphological change, but morphological change can't be extrapolated to anatomical change. More on that later. So they're trying to explain the stasis or non-change of creatures in the fossil record. So the opposition to punctuated equilibrium, that camp said, no, what's much more logical is directed natural selection. And directed natural selection claims that creatures, as environments change, such as a forest is retreating and being replaced by tundra, for example, or open land, then as the organisms continue to to grow and have produce new generations, they moved with the changing environment. So they continued to live in the forest, move with the forest as it moved. So they remained in an environment in which they were well suited for survival. So that was the opposition to punctuated equilibrium that it met when Niles Eldredge and Stephen Jay Gould, who is to date, the world's most famous paleontologist, Oxford University paleontologist, and who's heavily revered by evolutionist scientists, even though he had made clear admissions that the fossils simply don't show clear evidence of evolutionary transition. So the opposition to this was directed natural selection, that natural selection directs evolution by the stasis. It explains the stasis in the fossil record. Because if organisms remained in environments which they were well suited for, they didn't experience the structural design change. So the proponents of directed natural selection didn't really have a great explanation for why the stasis, why evolution is not, transitional forms are not clearly seen in the fossil record. But they argued against the punctuated equilibrists about the stasis, about the reason for stasis in the fossil record. And they argued that directed natural selection was true, that organisms seemed to remain in the environment in which they were well suited. As the environments of the earth changed, they moved with that changing environment. And so they remained essentially looking the same. They never directly were able to provide an account for why the organisms would transition from one to another. They were only arguing for why creatures seem to be the same. Why they didn't the fossil record doesn't seem to show clear evidence of evolutionary transition. This was their philosophical idea about the past. The punctuated equilibrianists, which the most prominent ones, of course, were Niles Eldredge and Stephen Jay Gould, argued for the opposite. Stephen Stanley and others argued that directed natural selection was true. And so both camps, hey Doki, good to see you. So both camps are trying to explain the stasis in the fossil record. That is, the organisms appear in the fossil record, and then they leave the fossil record essentially unchanged in any significant way. And this is a conundrum for evolution theory. So these are two philosophies about why organisms universally seem to appear to remain the same without transitional forms in the fossil record. Hello, Brandon. How are you?
And these are two philosophies. Now, they're not science because they're not demonstrable. You can't test for them. You see? It's philosophy. Philosophical ideas about what may have taken place in the past to explain the non-change of living things in the fossil record, as it's called. They're philosophies. They're not science. Science is based on what's observable, testable, and repeatable. But these philosophies are extrapolations of what may or could have happened in the past to explain a phenomenon, which seems to be inexplicable according to evolution theory, which is stasis. Why organisms appear in the fossil record and then disappear in the fossil record, and the first to the last seems to be unchanged in any significant way. Certainly not in any way that one can point to and say, this is obvious, clear, visual evidence of transition, because even both camps have admitted evermore, including Stephen Stanley, who was a proponent of directed natural selection in the 60s and 70s, and the 1970s rather, and Stephen Jay Gould and Al Eldridge and their camp, who were punctuated equilibrianists, including Gaylord Simpson, who was once the president of the American Academy of Sciences. He was a paleontologist also. He was a punctuated equilibrianist. And so the explanation from the punctuated equilibrianist is that because evolution occurs in bursts, a creature will adapt to change in the environment in a dramatic way by what's called something that's truly ridiculous, called the hopeful monster hypothesis. Doesn't qualify as a theory, it's a hypothesis only. And the hopeful monster hypothesis is this. Evolutionists call it a hopeful monster theory when they actually talk about it. They don't like talking about it because it's ridiculous. But when they do, they call it the hopeful monster theory. It's not a theory. It doesn't qualify as a theory. It's a concept only. So it's nothing more than a hypothesis. And it really shouldn't be put forth as that. But nonetheless. So the hopeful monster hypothesis is that creatures are born with dramatic differences. And it's not tiny increments. It's large increments from one generation to another, so that evolution occurs in bursts. Creatures transition from one type of creature, such as fish, evolving into land-dwelling amphibian tetrapods. Not over countless minuscule successional changes, but a relatively small number of large changes.
Neff.
Which is, of course,
Neff.
Because the number of changes.
Neff, shut up. Fuck off. Yeah. I've had enough of Neff. Nephilim free. For you out there who don't know who Nephilim free is, just type Nephilim free into anywhere. I will give you a clue though. He is the smartest Christian in the whole world. That should give you a little hint. There is no Christian smarter than Nephilim free. Remember that. Not even Darth Dawkins. No. Not at all. Right, what's going on in the chat? What's going on? Algorithm. Hey, good day, sir. Lucky Sevens here. Oh yeah, you know what? When I started, there was like 2 people. Oh, Bill. I see Bill Paz. Oh, I'm gonna talk here. Because there was the freaking Lucky Seven for the longest time. Decepticon Soundwave. Welcome. A new name. Okay. You guys having a little chat? I'm not reading the chat, so I'm not going to go through. Bill, how you doing, Bill? Bill Pazdu? How come you're not in the chat? Now, how come you're not in the conversation room? Huh? It's okay. It's okay. I understand. E.A. Dawa. He's obviously. Why would he be listening to me? I don't get it. He's probably gone off because he would have had nothing to offer, absolutely nothing to offer this. Well, maybe I'm incorrect in saying that. My apologies, Yadawa. Yes, I was reading who's around, right? Oh, Nissa. I remember Nissa came in, right? Said hello. And then algorithm came in. I said hi already. Making us Al Gore. Sorry, dude. I was going to say something. Thank you for reminding me, algorithm. Sidney Winston. Making us listen to Neffy completely misunderstand evolution again. He's cruel. Okay. I was going to explain that one. Okay. Now I'm going to explain that one. I made you listen to Nephilim Free completely misunderstand evolution. Now, here's the reason. Because I had to go to the kitchen. I had to make coffee, which means I didn't have to just go to the kitchen and take the coffee container and pour the coffee into my mug, which is exactly what I wanted to do. But no, I had to go to the kitchen. I had to put the coffee grounds into the filter and add the water and, switch and then close and switch it on. And then I had to wait for the damn stuff to drip. And while I was waiting, I had dishes in the damn sink, which I had to wash. So here I am washing dishes, waiting for the coffee to brew. And I'm thinking to myself, is this life? Is this all life has to offer? And then I thought, well, to get my revenge, I am going to get my viewers, that's you guys there, to listen to Neffy completely misunderstand evolution. I know it's cruel. But you have to understand the way I was feeling about washing dishes and making brewing my own coffee. I am Sidney Winston. All right, I'm just kidding. So yeah, anybody want to come in? You can come in. You can come in. Anybody? All right, let's see if anybody said something. Oh shit! I think I went down too far. I got carried away with my little story. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't think even anybody listened to what I was saying. It's okay, cool. I could, what could I do? I could read to you. Would you like me to read to you? I mean, that's probably the worst option, but I'm starting at the very bottom. Actually, I'm reading the chat there. It's actually getting kind of interesting. Let's have a look. Trying to follow my own chat is why have I turned off my mic? It's ridiculous. How much later is it? How much is for a bit? Al Gore. Al. Actually, I prefer to call you Gore. Okay? Because Gore, you know what it is? It's more It's more meaty. Who got a 55-inch TV? Are you crazy? 45 minutes? Well, maybe it all depends. You know, what's the time? Over here it's 6:13 in the evening. I might have to take my dog for a walk, but whatever I do, I think I'm going to leave the stream running. Although if by the time I take my dog for a walk there's no one in the room, I will shut the room down until I get back and leave something going just to keep it going, so that when I get back, you can pop in. I'd like to have a little interview with you if you don't mind. I don't know if there's much you can tell me, but I'm interested in people who move from one culture to another culture, explaining if they had any culture shock in the move and what it was. Because I've obviously moved. Well, I've lived in 3 countries, so essentially 3 different cultures, and the culture shock that I experienced moving from South Africa to Israel was huge. The culture shock experience when I moved from Israel to Canada was 0, minus. It was like, yes, I'm back in a culture I love. Or should I say, I found the culture I love. Is it Al Gore or Al? No. Is it? You asked me, Bill Pazdu. Listen to this. You say, is it Al Gore or Al Gore? You don't ask a question that way. This is the way you ask a question. Is it Al Gore or Al Gore? You got to get that right, dude. Something wrong. You lived on 3 continents so far. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Okay. At some point, even if not today, Al Gore, we'll talk about it at some point. All right. Right. I'm going to take evasive action. Actually, no, I'm not going to. I'm just going to look for something to keep us entertained. So you guys have a chat, and I'm going to look for something to entertain us. Who is your favorite lulz cow? Tell me. You want some more Neffy? Nah, you don't. Nobody wants more. I don't blame you. It's actually, no, it's not. Okay, it's not Al Gore, and it's not small a. What it is, it's capital E L, L Gore, because it's biblical, you see. Gore is God in the religion that I'm describing. And El Gore is the divination of the Gore, El Gore. Okay. Now do you get it there? Huh? Bill? Do you get it now? Oh, melodrama. Okay. So, in other words, you want to listen to Darth Dawkins. Okay. Instead of coming into this room to talk, you'd rather listen to Darth Dawkins. Is this what I'm picking up? Is this the vibe I'm picking up from the chat? All right. All right. We'll see what I got for you. Fine then. If it can't be Nephilim free, then let it be Darth Dawkins, right? All right then. That's what you want. That's what you get. Blah 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 blah. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to try and find something that's not too long, not too short. Oh, I know what I can do. I'll just give you a little bit of short ones, a few short ones that I kind of made myself. I think I made myself. Let me see. I'm not sure. Some of them short. Some of them I made myself. Some I did, I guess. But I love them, and I'm going to play them. Which ones? What? Just give me a minute to set this up, okay? Okay. All in here. Oh, setting up is such a pain. Oh, let's see. I'm just going to set up a whole bunch of them that I got here. Upset. You don't want that one because it's twice. You want Darth Dawkins? I'll give you Darth Dawkins. I think I have, yeah, I got enough. That's lined up enough. And what I'll do before I do anything. There we go. Let me just sort of slide this in like that so we don't miss anything. And here we go. All right. It would seem that I need to switch my camera off, which I shall do. And I'll switch my mic off. And I'll lower my hand. And hopefully that will work. Oh, I didn't switch the camera off. There we go. All right. And I'll switch this off.
Completely to Randolph. Randolph wants it completely, okay?
Sure.
Right. Darth, this is a friendly conversation. This isn't a debate because for a full debate, you'll need, Randolph will need undivided attention. Randolph is a really good friend of mine. He and I go way back.
I don't need an introduction. I've spoken with him already.
All right, go ahead, Darth.
I know. Okay, Randolph, I've listened to your material online. I've read your stuff that you put on the internet as well, and you seem to be presenting your atheism. Remove Sidney Winston from the room.
Sidney Winston, we do not.
Get
Sidney Winston.
rid of him.
Yeah, get into the other room.
Okay.
Thank you for Darth. Thank you for looking at my materials. I appreciate it.
Position to say that
Kicked.
anything's true because you're in an open system. Is ultimate reality that which is fundamental that institutes possibility and impossibility?
Did you notice there? Hold on a minute. Let me just rev up the old camera. There you go. Did you notice that Darth Dawkins was talking to Randolph Richardson, and when I entered the room, he screamed at the moderator, who was Canadian Catholic, to kick me? I kind of feel honored. He noticed me. Darth Dawkins noticed me and got me kicked. Anyway, yes. So listen to Darth Dawkins, and this is one way I believe he runs away. I've got to switch all this stuff off.
Can you identify and attest to what that is?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you tell me what is ultimate and fundamental that institutes and secures all possibility and impossibility?
No, I would say all possibility and impossibility. That's contingent. There is nothing. There is no God.
I didn't ask you if there was a God. I said, can you tell me what singularly is ultimate and fundamental or foundational that institutes and secures all possibility and impossibility? What is it?
There is no thing and no process that does
so that. Nothing's impossible then.
Well, contradiction is impossible.
Okay, what is it that's absolute, ultimate, and fundamental that institutes that anything is impossible?
I feel like I just answered the question.
No, you actually contradicted yourself. Okay. Is there something that singularly is ultimate that institutes and secures what's possible and impossible?
No, there isn't.
Okay, then nothing is impossible in your world. You understand that?
You're saying thing, and I'm taking you to talk about a.
There's nothing that you can invoke that is impossible that would be defensible.
Contradiction is impossible.
Okay, so nothing is impossible.
Contradiction is impossible.
What is ultimate and foundational that makes that impossible?
If contradiction were possible, then it would also be that
that's not an answer to my question.
Is impossible.
You are talking past me, and you are not answering the question. I want to know what it is that is singularly ultimate and foundational that institutes, secures, and governs all possibility and impossibility.
I'm saying nothing.
Then if there's nothing that does that, then you can't say anything is impossible.
Except contradiction.
No, there's nothing that imposes that.
You're assuming that something has to impose it, Darth.
Yeah, nothing has to impose
Hey, guys, don't interrupt.
What I want to know is, what makes anything impossible?
One thing I'm saying is impossible is contradiction.
Listen to me. The conversation is going nowhere. You are talking past me. You are not answering. You are not answering the question. I didn't ask you what is possible.
Guys, if I've been
not over talk, okay? Because I'm not going to have patience because I'm tired. Right? Now I want to know what it is that imposes, institutes, and secures that anything is impossible.
How can I be more clear than this?
If there's nothing that imposes it, then you can't claim and defend that anything is impossible because there's nothing identifiable, attestable that institutes and secures it, according to you.
But I've begun explaining and you've interrupted me every time.
You're wasting my time, dude. I can't possibly believe that you're this stupid. I think you're simply categorically ignoring what I'm saying. Okay?
Good.
I'm giving you
So
very clear
nothing institutes and secures what's impossible. Yet you're telling me that something's
agree.
impossible, but you said nothing imposes that, according to you.
How can I be clear?
All right, listen. We're done. You're either deliberately being obtuse, or you are completely intellectually inept to carry on the conversation.
Wait. Is that a true dichotomy?
Trey, go ahead. Hey, stop, JJ, stop. Trey, go ahead.
Oh, so I wanted to know, Darth, if two people were to wake up on an island, right, and one person says, "Hey, we're here on an island," and the other person says, "Hey, we're here on an island, and I know how we got here because I remember eating cereal in the morning, and I saw a leprechaun on the box, so a leprechaun took us here." Is that a fair assumption?
Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah. So since he remembers eating cereal and saw the leprechaun, that was the last thing he saw.
Yeah.
That it
What's the point of the stupid question?
So I just wanted to know. Is it more reasonable?
Listen
no,
to me.
I'm asking the question.
Trank, listen to me. Listen to me.
Yeah. What's up?
Sure. Get to your point. Stop with the dumb.
The point depends on the answer. So
hey, Canadian Catholic. If I get any more heckling, I'm gonna leave.
Yeah. So here I'll try and explain again, Darth. So people were to wake up on an island, right? And one person says, "Hey, we're here on an island," and the other person were to just say, "Hey, I know how we got here," right? When they don't remember anything. Hold on. I'm gonna elaborate further. Don't interrupt me, please. So the other person just says, "Hey, I know how we got here." It doesn't matter because neither of them can remember like how they got there. That's the whole point of the thing. Is it's more reasonable to just start off with, "Hey, we're here on an island," than the other person. That's a presupposition.
No, it's a stupid question.
No, it's an example of how presuppositionalism isn't a good methodology.
Okay. So, do you reject the Christian worldview?
What do you mean by that?
Okay, jerk me around one more time, and the conversation's over.
No, I don't understand what you mean by do I reject the Christian worldview?
Are you okay? Do you believe that the Christian worldview is true?
I don't know what the Christian worldview is.
Thank you for your time. We're done. I told you, jerk me around again.
I'm not. I don't understand. How am I supposed to answer if I don't understand?
Can you mute this? We're done. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, you're listen. So, you're a waste of time. I'll take one more question and then I gotta go. Okay.
Darth, you're assuming that something.
Jonathan, go ahead.
You're assuming that something has to impose it. Do you have an argument for that?
Yeah. Mute Jonathan, please.
Okay.
That's a legitimate question.
All right. So, all right, wait, stop, guys! No heckling. Okay, final atheist. Go ahead.
No, when people persistently and chronically engage in bad behavior toward me, okay, and I warn them over and over again, fuck off.
I have a question.
See you later, Canadian Catholic.
Please.
You're gonna allow the trolling and heckling.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to Darth cry.
They're muted. All right, go ahead. Did he leave?
He did leave.
He left. Why do you? Oh my gosh, Jonathan got muted. And who muted you?
I think Darth.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question about the God of the Gaps.
I just asked him what the argument was.
Yeah. So was my question unfair? Could someone explain to me how my question was unfair?
Yeah, it was. It was retarded.
Yeah, it was retarded, actually.
Yeah, that was really bad.
It's unfair to ask a retarded.
No, I just don't understand how my question's dumb. So if my question was dumb, could someone explain how it's dumb? Because if someone just wakes up and says I know, well then that's just they're assuming
I don't wake
at the
up
beginning that they
you know
know.
what I wake up? I wake up in the morning and
if I just say hey we're here,
why are you over talking?
It's completely different.
Why is this troll
it's
allowed to
complete fair
overtalk?
He's not over talking. You're over
He is
talking.
over talking. He has me muted.
Guys.
I can't. Then I'm sorry if Jonathan was talking.
Yeah, he has me muted.
I can't hear him. I have him.
Yeah, he's breaking the rules.
So I liked the question. I thought it was great.
Jonathan, don't ever like stop a conversation. He has to be muted.
Wait, what?
I
told you to mute him because I was letting you know that he was breaking the rules.
Yeah, cool. Anyway, Drylin, are you there?
The server has rules.
Oh, that was the deafening, locally deafening.
What are you, like a tattletale, bro?
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, I am a tattletale. Yep.
So I did like that the question was asked, and he just avoided. He couldn't answer the simple, stupid question.
He wouldn't ask.
He was the fear was palpable in him. That he was afraid to answer the simple question.
Okay, I'm gonna start muting people if people don't shut up. Whoever talks next is muted. Okay, do me, you're muted. That's it.
Dawkins, internet apologist extraordinaire, Tom Rabbit was able to obtain exclusive Facebook direct messages between one verified son of Darth Dawkins and the viral welfare queen herself, Godless Girl. In the messages, Darth Jr. says, "I don't have time for this. I avoid drama." And Godless Girl says, "We're willing to accommodate you in any way to make it non-dramatic. My dad is a highly manipulative and obnoxious person. He is wasting his life arguing online. He probably thrives on attention and negativity. Waste of time to even debate someone who can't play fair. I don't have the time or energy to worry about him or squabbles. He needs to just get a job already." And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Darth Dawkins' own son, echoing many of the sentiments shared by those he has interacted with online, perhaps even some of you watching this right now. It doesn't sound like DD Jr. is very interested in discussing the matter further. I guess you could even say that he's put Darth Dawkins on the troll list.
Yeah. Darth Dawkins is...
God created the heavens.
Wait, shut up, what? I'm talking. Yeah. So that was Tom Rabbit. Thanks to Tom Rabbit. I neglected to put up the credit, which I should have. I didn't realize that it was creditable at the time, but thank you, Tom Rabbit. And we shall proceed.
Genesis 1:1 states that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. And what that logically necessitates then that everything that does exist that is independent and distinct from God has its origin and is contingent upon God. That would include all logic and reasoning. That would include the ability to actually make truth-valued statements that actually comport with reality. And it would also include any wisdom. And all of that has, as I said, its origin and it is contingent entirely upon the God of the Bible. So I don't think what Nick. I'm not done yet. So I don't.
All right. So I have a room to enter here. Darth Dawkins is in there, and let's see what happens. I'll just go in there, say nothing, and listen.
To be you're not understanding. Okay, the denial of God is not simply just the words "I deny God exists." If you affirm any proposition,
I deny
which
God
logically entails that God does not exist, then you deny God indirectly. Okay, do you understand that, Rick?
Sure, yeah.
This is an uncomfortable position that agnostics are in. They're in this position because they don't want to affirm God, but they feel that they cannot defend the falsity of God's.
Okay, so if I remember correctly, this is the... I can't remember what server this is. Politics and Religion. Yes. I think this was the last time I was in Politics and Religion before I got server banned or whatever out of there. I was never allowed to go back in again. But why did I get banned? I think it's because at the end of the day I posted something or I lolled something. I don't know. Let's have a look.
So they think that they have the option on the God question of neutrality. Now, that may seem to be valid, all right? And as long as you don't look at it from a transcendental perspective, it seems to pass the smell test. But once you look at this issue, the God question, from a transcendental perspective, then no one can be neutral toward God, okay?
Sure, yeah.
Hey, can God create a rock he can't lift?
Well, there are different ways of answering that. One of the ways that I answer that is that's an incoherent question. Okay. So God could create, when you say can God create a rock so big that he can't lift it? When you say that he can't lift it, would it mean absolutely under any circumstances whatsoever?
I'm saying my question.
For example, Jesus incarnated himself in human form. So Jesus, I'm answering your question. Okay, listen carefully. You don't have to accept the actuality of Christianity, but I'm giving you an example here, right? So in Christianity, we have God manifesting himself in the flesh in the person of Jesus. By virtue of Jesus manifesting himself in the flesh, he is choosing to temporarily not employ his certain divine prerogatives or attributes. Okay, so Jesus, being the creator of all things, from a
just one more fuck you.
He did create rocks that he couldn't lift.
Fuck you, John, and stupid bitch, you must.
You hear those trolls? I love it.
Can we permanently mute Rick? Rick has been trolling the whole time I've been here, and he simply destroyed. Thank you. So,
okay, notice that I'm not trolling. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is me actually just recording this live.
It depends on how you're asking the question that he can't lift it. So, for example, listen carefully. Jesus voluntarily set aside his divine prerogatives in certain instances when he manifested himself in human form. So, in that sense, he could create a rock so big that he couldn't lift it. Or for that matter, he could create a rock so big that he can't lift it if he imposes certain limitations on himself. Suppose he were to create a rock that filled up all of the time-space continuum. Okay? Do you understand the picture? That the entire time-space continuum. Okay. Suppose Jesus created a rock that filled up the entire the known universe.
We're straying away from our
in order to lift something, you have to move it from one coordinate to another. So if you were to create a rock so big that filled up the universe or the time-space continuum, he's created a rock that he couldn't lift. So he can create a rock so big that he can't lift because he imposes on himself certain voluntary limitations.
Isn't that contradicting to his?
No, you're not understanding what I'm explaining to you now. So
how many times have you heard this voice say, "You're not understanding"? Why would he have to say that so many times? You're not understanding. I have an answer. Because when Darth Dawkins speaks, asks questions, talks, expounds, he is incoherent in every single case. He's incoherent. So when he says you're not understanding, he's acknowledging his incoherence.
If we say he can't lift it, meaning that he imposes on himself some temporal restrictions, then he could do that. But if you mean he can't lift it, meaning in the totality of his eternal properties, then that would be an incoherent question.
So are you saying that God's omnipotence is bound by logic?
God's omnipotence is not defined by theologians as being without limitations. That would be an incoherent definition. I'm trying to answer you. Okay? Do you want to learn or not?
Abrasive, aggressive, piece of shit.
Professional.
I take back the piece of shit. That's so nice.
Theologians do not define God's omnipotence as to entail no limitations. Such a definition, where God is omnipotent with no limitations, would be incoherent.
So you
Rápidamente despoda el talonazo, balón al frente para Burruchaga que le eleva demasiado.
So you agree with me? It is bound by logic.
Well, you're making the classic error that unbelievers make, that they think that everything that they can think of is, I'm trying to answer you. If you ever talk me again,
oh, there he goes.
I will stop responding to you. Okay? Now, you're making the classic mistake that unbelievers make, that you are conceptualizing God as an entity along with other entities that are in some sense encapsulated or enveloped by some greater reality. So for you, you think that God is encapsulated or enveloped by the laws of logic just like we are. Is that how you see it?
I do, because he created.
Okay, well then we're not talking about God. Okay, then we're not talking about
because
God.
You
then.
just agreed with me, and you
okay,
said.
Could you do me a favor?
See, he won't let it talk.
Can you do me a favor? Two things. Okay, try not to interrupt. I do want to talk with you, but you also need to fix the quality of your microphone.
He interrupted her to tell her not to interrupt. Did you see that? The guy is so intent of having that control and making people feel just inferior to this Darth Dawkins. It's reprehensible, actually.
It's a little bit muffled.
Oh, all right.
Hey, gents.
All right, can you fix your mic?
Well, not right now.
Hello.
But can you at least understand me?
Don't seem to be anybody else here.
Okay, I'm trying to, because the quality is not that good. It's not my headset
He's
or my
probably
connection.
busy on a phone call or something like that.
Your problem, is you are now
no idea what that
conceptualizing
is.
God as not being the ground of all things that are not God, but now God is a superpower, okay, who is the most powerful, most intelligent entity within a realm that he is encapsulated by. Okay, it doesn't matter what that realm is, as long as you believe that there is something that envelopes or encapsulates God, just like we all are. Okay. Now, if you say that God, okay, is subject to anything that is independent of himself, right? Where God, like other entities, in some sense and in some way, is encompassed, encapsulated, enveloped by some reality, okay, as opposed to reality being an abstraction, then we're no longer talking about God. Because when we talk about God, right, in most conversations in Western English, we're not just talking about a being that is supreme, but we're talking about a being that is the ground of all existence and is ultimate, in that everything depends upon it and it is independent of everything else.
When he says the ground of all existence, does that make any sense at all to you? The ground of all existence. What does that really mean? Can anybody with an intellect answer that for me? Because I am perplexed. I am kermuzzled. I am dumbfinoggled. Not a clue.
The moment you listen carefully, the moment you represent God, implicitly or explicitly, in some way, being encapsulated by something else that's tangible, right? Or some other, anything at all, then that ceases to be God.
Can you let me talk for 30 seconds or 1 minute?
I haven't prohibited you from talking, but I'm giving you an adult answer.
What a bullshit.
So, okay, now can I respond?
Yeah, but you got to get close to your microphone. You sound like you're talking through.
You see how he won't let her talk? Not because he'll give any excuse. You got to get close to your microphone. There's nothing wrong with her volume on her microphone. You know, Darth Dawkins, you really, really, really are. You're the worst example of Homo sapiens sapiens. The worst. But yeah, somebody's got to be the worst. And it's you. Congratulations.
For wet towel.
Anyways, like I was trying to say before,
Here, I'll turn you up.
You told me, you said that God can create a rock he can't lift.
It's an incoherent question.
I'm trying to say it doesn't matter. If you answer yes to that question at all, it's contradicting to his.
You're not understanding. Okay. Do you know why it's incoherent?
Why is it incoherent?
All right, let me try to explain it to you. Okay.
You see how he goes? You're not understanding. If she's asking a question, and what he's saying to her in response, you're not understanding. You understand how he turns things around? And he catches these people off guard, and that's why he goes for the low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit. Gary, low-hanging fruit, Milne. I like that.
We represent a rock, right, that God cannot lift. And we characterize that as an immovable object, okay? So we have an immovable object. Now, and we're going to characterize God as omnipotent, or another way of putting it is an irresistible force, okay? So what you're saying is, can God, being an omnipotent as an irresistible force, produce an immovable object? Well, that would be a square triangle. If there's something that is, listen to me carefully. You're not understanding. I have parsed this question for years.
You're not understanding.
Philosophers have parsed the question. If God is defined as being omnipotent and being an irresistible force, there is nothing that can resist him.
You're not understanding.
And to say that there is an immovable rock, okay, this introduces a
You're not understanding.
So, you're confusing me here because you said before.
All right, we're done. Listen, Sunshine, we're done. Okay. You don't know what you're talking about.
You haven't even let me talk. Like, seriously.
Okay, you can talk all you want. I'm just going to ignore you right now because you're not listening to what I'm telling you.
You're not even answering my question, which was,
I did answer it.
I'm a Muslim.
Bound by the laws of logic.
Okay, I've already answered the question. Okay, God is not bound by anything. The laws of logic are a reflection. Okay, I'll answer you one more time and then we'll be done, right? The laws of logic, right, are universal abstractions that are universal because they are reflective of God's eternal character. Because everything that is not God is created by God. It's sustained by God. They reflect. All right, we're done. You're an idiot.
Brad, this nigga is 60. Seriously.
Hey Darth, how's it going? I had a question. Recently, Tom Rabbit put out a public challenge for you, Darth, offering $300 if you would debate Jack Angstreich.
Muslim. Darth, I'm a Muslim.
1 second. The moderator would be somebody you selected. It would be 90 minutes. It wouldn't even be a formal structure, right? It would effectively just be a conversation. And that money doesn't have to be something you pocket. That money could go to a charity of your choice if you so chose, right? So I think we would all be interested in hearing if you would be interested in that sort of debate with Jack, since you made the claim that there are no intelligent atheists capable of refuting your arguments, right? I mean, presumably, if you think he's a sophist and you think he engages in sophistry, you should be able to very easily show that his arguments are fallacious.
I just farted and it smells so fucking bad.
What do you think about that, Darth? Okay.
He just deafened himself. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Listen, Darth, bro.
I'm not dissing him. I wanted to know if he was interested in the challenge.
Bro, Darth is like levels above him, bro. Like, don't even try him like that.
He can't debate. Like, all I did was ask him a question. He still hasn't answered it. He probably won't.
He doesn't actually debate. He is so insecure in his own beliefs that he feels the need to talk down to others, not let them speak back to him, asking them questions that they can't answer because he won't let them, and just generally talking over them. He's not a debater. He's an idiot.
Nah, you guys just don't understand him because you're teenagers. Nah, you guys are teenagers, bro. You don't understand him.
No, he's not.
What does age have to do with this?
He's an insecure.
Do you need to bring up age every second just like he does? Or are you going
Bobby,
to say anything he did?
Bobby, that's an interesting comment. I am, in fact, not a teenager. And not only that, I have personally interacted with Darth for maybe 4 or 5 years. And I can tell you straightforwardly that since the beginning, he's been running the same exact shtick, which is to not actually defend his beliefs, but rather to interrogate people who hold to an atheistic view and try to reduce them to absurdity. And sometimes that is successful, and sometimes that is successful in the sense that they don't understand like the routine. But if you do understand the dialectic, then it's fairly easy to refute. So if he's going to make the claim that people are engaging in sophistry and their arguments are fallacious, and he's being offered $300 win or lose to appear on Modern Day Debate, I really don't see the reason why he would refuse the challenge, other than being intimidated. That's the only explanation I can sort of figure out here, you know?
He can't
Or he's
debate
just levels
someone
above.
who actually
He's
knows
levels
what they're
above him.
talking about.
No,
What
actually,
Bobby said.
Jack has been chasing this guy down for a while now, and Darth refuses to debate him because Jack is the only one that plays his game better than he does.
Oh no, he's streaming. Oh no. I clicked on that.
Nigga, is that Kuro, bro? That's Kuro, bro. Who let Kuro in here, bro? Yo, Pomp, you know you're letting in doxers, right? They're all doxers.
Yeah, just keep saying that, buddy.
Dude, you think I'm joking? Rick, Kuro, and Arum, they're all doxers.
Bro, who's a doxer?
I just named them all, dude. I told you not to let them in, bro.
Can you DM it to Modmail or something, please? Like, thank you.
If you don't dox yourself, you shouldn't have your info out there.
I mean, let me just ask the room. Let me just ask the room a question really quick. I mean, if $300 win or lose was being offered, that is to say, even if you lose the debate, you still pocket the cash.
I have a question for you.
Just let me finish my sentence and then you can ask. Okay. I mean, like, presumably you guys would just take the money, right? Like, what do you have to lose?
Yeah, anybody who doesn't have a huge ego would.
The thing about Darth is, though, he does have a huge ego.
If you're going to be an egotistical debater to where you can't risk losing your supposed undefeated,
Alright, but
facade,
Bogan left the voice chat.
Then you would still do it.
Bogan just left the voice chat. He didn't even answer my question. What a shameless guy. Hate him now. Love Darth.
Floyd.
I love Darth so much, man.
Shut up.
Whenever I think of love, I just think of a picture of Darth. A picture. I should get a poster of him next summer.
Do not. Just.
I will.
Wait, you guys want to see what he looks like?
I love Albania and Darth.
This is what he looks like. Go look in general.
He doesn't look half bad.
Yeah, he's bald though. I'd fuck.
If Viper is not on mute, I'm gonna cry.
Okay, so this is the part where they go and that lady said that she posted a picture. So I went to look, and I think I lolled. I said lol, and as soon as he saw me do that, he kicked me. Watch this.
Bomb.
Oh yeah, are you guys on server muted? Do you want me to unmute you guys?
All right. Okay, so that is the joke. That is the picture of Darth. It's Pine Creek, but this is what she said was the picture of Darth, and because it's Pine Creek and not Darth, it's funny. So it's a lol from me.
Yeah, could you unmute Viper? I can't live without Viper.
Yo, Moth, unmute Rakid in the chat.
Oh, finally, I've been unmuted. Holy shit. That
I
took
don't
long
have
enough.
the power to unmute people in chat. I just have the
Hello,
celebrity rule.
Floyd. Dude, I've
What
been
do you think
muted
of
for so
Albania?
long.
What do you think of Albania?
Yeah, he mutes anybody.
I don't know, it's not a place I'd go to.
There. That's where I got kicked at that point, because I said lol. Lolzy lolzy.
And that's the way to hang out in a server with Darth Dawkins, and then bang, you get kicked. Bye bye.
Exactly. Okay, what's we got here?
I'm an atheist.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so it says in the origin point, right? It creates the world and it creates the animals before the human. And it's interesting because I think God creates the animals on, I think, maybe third day.
Mr. Darth, can I
and
ask
he
you a
created
question?
again. So, and it says, it uses the word, and God saw that it was very good when he creates the animals. But before he only used the word, and God saw that it was good. But obviously that would imply that animal.
Is the volume okay now? Can we hear everything? Henry? Oh, welcome, Henry. Henry Hansen. I try to, because I got this up on the screen, I'm trying to welcome and recognize everybody, and you're the only one I don't think I've mentioned. So thank you for that. Let me know if it's fixed.
Are better than, just non-sentient life.
We'd have to look at the Hebrew words.
Sorry?
We'd have to look at the Hebrew words to see why they translated that way.
It could because there's so many. It could just because there's so many animals. Like there's only one man.
So what's your point?
This was before they created the man, so the animals were created before the man. But it also never explicitly gives, it never explicitly says that we can eat animals. It actually says that God has given us seeds and fruit and nuts for food, and he's given the food for the animals as well.
Did he not tell
but
the
it never
apostles
actually
to kill and eat?
Well, I'm talking specifically just about Genesis here.
What is your point here? Can you get to your point?
I'm trying to get there. So it never actually explicitly gives us permission to eat animals, and it implies that the world that God created in Genesis is the perfect world. So basically, in the perfect world, we wouldn't eat animals, right? We wouldn't kill and eat animals if we don't need to. So with that in mind, if God then gave us permission to eat animals after the fall, would that then imply that in the perfect world we wouldn't eat animals? And if that is the case, if we don't need to eat animals, if we don't need to murder and torture and rape animals, would that imply that we shouldn't now?
Rape?
Murder? Did you say murder and rape animals?
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah. If we don't need
what does the Democratic
That is kind of a silly thing to say. Why don't you just say stop? Why do you have to say rape? No, who's raping animals? It's not a thing. But murdering animals is the thing. Slaughtering them is a thing. I don't know why he's stuck in. Yeah, rape animals is crazy. Anyway, that's what he said.
What does the Democratic National Committee have to do with this subject?
Exactly.
What?
Do you mean like in vitro fertilizing? What do you mean rape them?
No, like cows. They like inseminate cows.
You can rephrase the statement.
Yeah, could you do me a favor? Can you get to the point?
Well, that was my point. If in the perfect world, God says that not to eat animals, wouldn't that imply that if we don't need to eat animals, we shouldn't?
Where in Genesis?
Yeah, have you even read the Bible? God gave permission to Noah to now consume animal flesh. Before the flood, the planet was in an amazing vegetative state. The number of vegetation And after the flood, it was never the same. Okay, so there was such an abundance of food. Okay, that it wasn't necessary to eat animals. That's why you find God giving Noah a directive that it is now okay to eat animals after the flood. Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah, so that's basically my point, right? If it's necessary to eat animals, and I agree, like from
After
a Christian
the flood.
worldview, yeah, but, like I agree, right? From my atheist worldview and the Christian.
What? After the flood, what the fuck has that got to do with anything? Where am I here? Hold on a sec. I've got to ask that question. What has the flood got to do with anything? If we can survive, and we can do that today from nuts and from fruits and vegetables and nuts and grains, if that's what we can survive on, and that really is the healthiest diet, all basically all vegetarian, but I love me eggs. Then why do we have to kill animals to eat? Why do we have to kill cattle? You know, I'm sort of understanding the chickens, and I'm understanding, you know, the fish, obviously, but I don't understand the cattle at all. Other than, you know, the flavor, the flavor, you know, kill cattle for the flavor. That kind of thing. I don't understand anything. Why you have to eat cattle? Why? Let's carry on. Why did I stop this? I can't remember. Anyway.
I agree. If you need to eat an animal,
In your atheist worldview, nothing is necessary.
In your atheist worldview, nothing is necessary. See, that's actually an ad hominem, because he has no way to know. He has no way to know what his worldview is. So what it does is it shows Darth Dawkins' ignorance. Every time he uses something like that, he's showing ignorance. Your atheist worldview is. You don't tell somebody else what their worldview is. It works this way. They tell you what their worldview is, and you tell them what your worldview is. Darth Dawkins, why are you so fucking stupid, and how do you get so bamboozled that you have to tell me what my worldview is? And in every single case, 100% of the time, without fail, you get it wrong. You understand me? Wrong. I've got a question for you guys before we carry on. How many of you think that Darth Dawkins is still relevant? How many of you think that Darth Dawkins will become irrelevant this year? How many of you think that his entertainment value will live on forever? Let me know.
Oh, like, well, that's a different topic, but like, I agree that if
you just asserted that some things are necessary in your atheist worldview, right?
I said in my worldview.
Yeah, you said in both worldviews, it's good. So how is it necessary to eat animals in your worldview? Or not to? or not to? Why is anything necessary in your world?
It would be about a goal. So
It's not a bad matter of being necessary. If it's not necessary to eat cattle, then there's no reason to eat cattle other than the flavor. Flavor of the cattle. And that's all I gotta say for the moment.
be necessary to eat food in order to live longer than about 3 weeks.
Okay.
Right?
So why would it be necessary to eat food?
Well, now he's just talking about food. Food is fruit, food is vegetables, food is nuts, food is grain, food is eggs. I love my eggs. And food is milk and yogurt, cheese, and yum, 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 yum. And fish. I love fish. And chicken. I gotta tell you something. I do eat chicken. I have no problem eating chicken. Oh, and sometimes I eat beef. Yeah.
To live.
Oh, so there. Is that because there's a uniformity of nature?
See how he jumps
I
around?
believe so, yeah.
But he was talking in terms of goals, not
what imposes and what instantiates, imposes, and sustains this uniformity of nature, if it's real? What imposes it?
Reality for one, the laws of physics that we understand and can rely on and predict things with, that kind of stuff there. Gary, whatever the fuck. I think we should start calling you Gary from now on, because Gary the Clown sounds a lot more descriptive of you.
With all due respect, I feel like this is a bit of a shift, right?
Exactly.
No, did you just say that it's necessary to eat animals or to eat period for both the Christian and the atheist?
In order to live, yeah.
Okay, well that makes sense in the Christian worldview, because God has created this world and he's implemented and secured the uniformity of nature. But you believe that
implemented and secured the uniformity of nature. You see how he uses word salad? Can you think about it? Implemented and secured the uniformity of nature. What exactly does that mean? Write this down. Implemented and secured the uniformity of nature. Remember that phrase. Remember it well.
Uniformity of nature is real and that it exists without origin in God, right?
Correct.
Well, God might be the origin point. I'm not.
No.
You want to hear that again?
Origin point. I'm not.
No. If you do not acknowledge God as the ultimate precondition, your non-acknowledgement is a de facto denial.
So I think that's where we'll just maybe agree to disagree. But I did.
No, okay. Well, then we're going to have to go back to your atheism again. Oh. Atheism is either the direct or the indirect denial of God. Are we clear?
Hold on 1 second. Want to go outside? Okay, my doggy wants to go outside. I'll just let this run. It's 4 minutes long. I'll take a chance. All right, if we're longer than 4 minutes, then no, there's another one afterwards. So yeah, it's okay. We'll be back.
Clear?
Yes, I didn't really want to talk
Good.
about
So
it.
you indirectly deny God. Okay. So that when you invoke the uniformity of nature exists without the necessity of referencing God, right?
Like, this is not really a topic I wanted to talk about.
No, you did bring it up. You said it's necessary to eat in the atheist worldview, right?
You don't want your assertions to be interrogated.
Yeah, you asserted that it's necessary to eat food or animals in the atheist world. Did you say that?
In order to live, I believe so, yeah.
Okay, good. Well, I want to know why you believe that. Now, you said because of the uniformity of nature. So I said, okay, is the uniformity of nature real? Well, you would have to say yes. Now, what is it that
that's interesting.
Okay.
Though.
So the uniformity of nature, okay, which would be simply an extension of matter, energy, and causality, you believe it without justification, but you want God to be justified. Do you reject belief in God, okay, as the all-controller and the imposer of the uniformity of nature because God hasn't been justified?
No, it goes against.
Then what?
Partly.
Okay. In your view, you do not believe in God. Okay. What I want you to do is I want you to make. Okay, you do not believe in God because fill in the blank.
I don't believe in God. Primarily, it seems very unintuitive to believe that the origin point is a mind.
Okay, it's unintuitive. So who cares about your intuition?
Well, often people don't, and if you disagree, that's fine.
Intuition is not rational. I'm looking for say, do you rationally or irrationally believe that God does not exist? Do you believe God does not exist on rational grounds, or do you believe God does not exist with no reason at all?
I think I have a reason, whether you think it's rational or not.
Okay, good. Okay, what is your rational basis that there is no God? And then we can go back to the uniformity of nature.
Okay. Well, it would seem that everything in life seems to the complexity in life seems to arise from simplicity.
Yeah, you need to focus. Okay. God does not exist because.
Yeah, I'm literally answering, right? So it seems like complexity in life arises from simplicity, right?
Where'd you get that from?
Doesn't seem like that at all. Darwin says it's the opposite. He says
where did you get that from?
My biology textbook. Partly.
Oh, are you talking about the theory? Oh, so you're saying there's no God by an appeal to Darwin's theory of evolution?
Partly.
Okay, but evolution doesn't get you to there is no God. It may be the fertile soil out of which your not Godism thrives, but evolution doesn't get you to know God.
I agree.
Good. And good. Okay, so you just wasted our time then. Okay, so let's try again. There is no God because
it seems well, there might be a God. I'm not saying that there isn't.
No, sir. Listen to me very carefully. Okay. Either you positively believe that God is the necessary precondition of all facts, or you don't.
Got another one of the gods. Scott, here, go on.
Hold on. He's got Majora's Mask on though, so I gotta say kudos to his picture. I gotta say that. But however, go ahead. Was you talking, sir?
No. I wouldn't say no.
But anyways, you come in here with a screen name that says evolution false, and essentially, even though 98%, probably about 90% of the scientists on this planet believe in evolution, you're just some dude on the internet. So if the majority of the people on our planet that we consider the top brains on our planet believe one way, you're going to come in and go against them and then say there's only two ways and act like you're the logical one and everyone else is just drunk idiots. I find that laughable, considering whether you believe us or not because you think we're drunk. Science believes us, and really that's what matters.
Yep. I mean, everything about the medical field is
Come on,
based on
newbie.
it.
What you got to say?
I was gonna try to steel man his argument.
Hey, what?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, brother. What's up, man?
Well, when I first was listening to him, I thought he was referring to what in philosophy is called the absolute. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the philosophical absolute.
Okay, I'm here, JB. Okay,
Well,
since you
quit,
invited
hold on,
me
quit it.
back.
Hold on, whoa. You see, you hear another motherfucker talking.
Yeah.
Give him his respect and let him finish what he's saying. Stop being a little bitch about shit.
Is that how you want to have a conversation, JB?
Yes, absolutely it is. Stop interrupting people.
That's not really showing your intelligence.
Stop interrupting people, ma'am. Stand to the side and let the dude with the mask talk.
Yeah, we'll see how long you last.
I'm going to last all night. Ask your fucking wife.
Yeah. Now, you said there's no. I'm not hearing him talking. Are you?
Yeah. Well, I'll real quickly, man. Maybe you can clarify. All I was gonna say was it almost sounded like you were referring to a philosophical absolute, and I mean, if someone's new to that phrase, like the way
I explained it, I explained it to them.
Oh, okay.
They didn't understand it. It went over their heads.
It's not that we didn't understand it; it's that we don't agree with it. There is no philosophical absolute.
You're not. Listen to me. You're not understanding what you just said is an incoherency. Okay. When you deny that anything is absolute, then whatever propositions you assert will have no ultimate basis.
Well, name me one absolute. Name me one.
One absolute, God.
Can you give us some evidence of that, sir?
Okay, all right. Now, if God is not the absolute that everything is dependent upon, how did you determine that?
No, don't
How do you determine he was?
Give us evidence.
No, you just told me. Listen, I'll talk with one person. I'm talking with the guy by the name of Troll here. You told me not to.
There is no evidence of it.
And now you're over talking me, JB. Now you invited me back on JB to speak to you, and I will speak to you. Now you stated, I heard you on YouTube, saying there's no evidence for God. Right. Now, but you're asserting in your worldview that evidence is a viable and an intelligible concept. Evidence requires that there be causal connections and relations between events. Do you understand?
Yes, of course I do.
Okay, can you give me a rational justification, not an intuition, that there are causal connections between events?
Which events? I mean, what are you talking about?
Any events, because if you say that evidence is a viable concept without God, then you're going to have to explain how you know rationally that there are causal connections. Now, you need to be careful in how you answer the question, because people usually answer it by appealing to their sense perception, which would be a philosophical fallacy, which I'll be glad to explain. So, since you say there's no God, but evidence is a viable concept.
Hold on, I didn't say there was. You're actually wrong again. That's not what I said. It's never one time did I say that.
Is invoking evidence?
No, you don't get to skip.
Please don't interrupt me. No, you're interrupting me. Listen, you know what? I have better things to do if you're just going to overtalk me.
You're going to answer my question
now. What I'd like to know, here's my question. Okay, hey, listen, have you been drinking tonight? Have you been drinking tonight too?
Jesus, will you answer my original question?
Yeah.
Just answer the original question. Do you have any evidence at all for your God?
Now answer.
Yeah, everything that exists would be evidence for God, and the reason why. That's your theory. Okay, I'm answering you. Please do not listen. If you're going to be rude and obnoxious,
say your thing. Do you have evidence?
If you're
for God?
going to be, listen. I'm talking with JB. Listen, if you're going, listen.
Yes or no,
if you don't stop. All right, listen. I converse with adults. If you're not going to conduct yourself like an adult, I'm trying to answer you, and you're acting
like you're stone cold drunk.
It is a yes or no.
Okay. Now,
answer.
in my worldview, everything would necessarily be evidence for God, because evidence is causal relations and connections. And therefore, since God would be the origin point, everything would be metaphysical evidence for God. Now, do you know the difference between epistemic reason? I am answering you. Listen, dude, if you cut me off one more time, I'll leave the conversation.
You're still not answering my question, bitch.
Okay, listen. Being an obnoxious, argumentative twit makes you look stupid on YouTube.
All you have
I'm attempting to converse with you, JB. Now, the point I'm trying to show you, the point I'm trying to show you, the point I'm trying to show you, the point I'm trying to show you. Yeah, listen. Dude, you're making yourself look very bad on YouTube.
I don't care what I'm looking like to you.
Okay, now.
Hey, me, you think I give a fuck what I look like to you?
Now.
You're the one not answering my question.
Yeah, listen, you're unhinged, JB.
That doesn't.
You're in good company with the other two here.
That does not change the fact that.
Now, JB, do you want to have a conversation?
Don't be insulted about me. Don't start with me, stupid man.
Listen, I'll give you one more chance.
You believe in God,
and if you can't, okay, listen. I will bid all of you dry drunks adieu, since you don't know how to converse like adults.
And a good day to you,
you don't know how to answer the simple question, motherfucker. It's not that hard. You answer yes or no. Do you have evidence or not? And this motherfucker wants to go through all this bullshit. He is literally dodging the question. It's not that difficult.
Yep.
Do you have evidence or not? And then he goes into all of these different reasons that could be evidence. Oh, Jesus Christ. And this is what idiots do. And then, of course, when they lose the argument, they come back with ad hominems. And this is just the way they are. We asked a simple question. Evidence or not? Yes or no?
He brings up an apple on the table was his evidence. And I'm like, well, I could get an apple on my table without God, in a universe without God, as well as a universe with God. I mean, that's better. I don't have to have God to have an apple on my table.
And this motherfucker has the nerve to sit there and say, to act as if we're blessed to have him around. First of all, I don't know who this motherfucker thinks he's talking to. But at the end of the day, when the motherfucker can't answer one simple question, and here's the thing, like I told him, his own accusation towards anything, I never said I didn't believe in God. I don't know if I do or don't. I'm a theorist. I don't know if there's a God per se. I do not believe in religion. I think all of man's religions are wrong. But this dude, this is how you get people like this, when they have no evidence. You ever caught someone in a lie or in some bullshit, or your kids or anything? Hey, how did the lamp get knocked over? Well, I'll tell you what happened. You understand that Susie was outside playing with the damn dogs. And let me tell you what Susie was doing with the dogs. They deflect.
Yep.
And that's all he was doing was deflect.
That's it.
Because my question was very simple.
Right.
Newbie, what did you want to say? Because I think you're on EF side, I would say, or side of the fence.
Sure. I wanted to. I don't know how he described the philosophical absolute to you guys. I wasn't there for that part. I kind of chimed in late, but I wanted to reintroduce it maybe in a different way that might be more palatable than how his approach.
Go ahead, bro.
The way it's sort of thought. The philosophical absolute, the way you can think of it, for an analogy, I guess, is if you can imagine every possible permutation that can manifest in the material world, anything that could happen in the universe or the multiverse, or how physicists speak of it, the sum of that, it would be considered the philosophical absolute, or what mystics would equate to God. And I think I don't know if he described it that way, but and it's not an easy concept to imagine, because if you consider that sum that, you know, of all the possible permutations in reality, you can kind of define it as, you know, beyond time, beyond space, because it's all inclusive. It's this, you know, the very sum of every single thing that could ever manifest in the material world. That's how it's described in philosophy anyway. I don't know if that's how he described it.
Not exactly. But I mean, you know, I understand the concept that there's a possibility that there could be multiverses out there and things of that nature. So I mean, we can't prove that those things exist either. But
yeah, I agree.
We got a good idea that there's a possibility that they do exist.
Yeah, our physicists today are not even smart enough to prove M theory or string theory, you know, superstring theory. So I agree.
Right.
My only issue here, right, is when this man comes into this room and says they're the only absolute is God, when God is the most questionable thing we've ever even questioned on this planet. I don't know if there's any question bigger than how did we get here. So to say that the only absolute is the very thing we've all questioned all of our lives, it's a ridiculous position to take. That's my point.
It sounds like it, man. If I may say one more thing, and then I might head out. I don't know if you ever taken psychedelics, man. I asked this of like pretty much everyone I've talked to. Like LSD or DMT.
Yeah, no, I took acid a lot when I was young.
You know, there's studies today with psilocybin where they're, you know, giving people in a legal situation a high dose, a single high dose, and they're claiming that they can reproduce experiences that were reported by mystics throughout the ages. And the way they describe these experiences is kind of like a direct experience of that absolute, and that's how it's confirmed for themselves. And of course, you know, if you believe in evolution, and I do, I don't think you believe the word God has existed forever, you know, because language came about in the latter portion of our evolution. And so obviously that thing that they refer to has taken various names over centuries. Like the Hindus called it Brahman well before anyone ever uttered the word God.
Right.
And all the various major religions supposedly have a word that points to the experience. And, you know, in Christianity, it's beatific vision or theoria. And a lot of people don't talk about those more esoteric, you know, mystic parts of religion. You know, they're not really a broad topic.
You know who's talking there? You know Cafe? Kafei. He sometimes comes into these side chats. This is him talking. Listen to him. See what he's got to say. So when he comes in again next time, you'll know what his position is.
But that's what our science is kind of exploring nowadays with this research with psychedelics.
Right.
Psychedelics.
Oh yeah.
What?
Sorry, I was answering something in the chat.
Like mushrooms and shit, huh?
They're using psilocybin. It is the constituent of shrooms, but it's not exactly shrooms. They're not making volunteers eat mushrooms. They're just giving them a single pill. But that one pill would be the equivalent of eating about 5 dry grams of mushrooms. Yeah.
Oh wow. I'm gonna have to go look for some cow shit here in a little bit.
Man, shit. Yeah, no, I'll tell you what, that's the most spiritual I ever felt was when I was hallucinating. I'll be honest with you. But when I say spiritual.
All right. I'm going to give you a... Okay, this is Cafe. This is him. So whenever you... did you just listen to what he said? Because if you didn't, I'll replay it. It's probably worth replaying it. Because he's in you so much, it's probably worth listening to his point of view.
So to say that the only absolute is the very thing we've all questioned all of our lives, it's a ridiculous position to take.
Okay, let's see.
That's my point.
It sounds like it, man. If I may say one more thing, and then I might head out. I don't know if you ever taking psychedelics, man. I asked this of like pretty much everyone I've talked to. Like LSD or DMT.
Yeah, no, I took acid a lot when I was young.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You know, there's studies today with psilocybin where they're, you know, giving people in a legal situation a high dose, a single high dose, and they're claiming that they can reproduce experiences that were reported by mystics throughout the ages. And the way they describe these experiences is kind of like a direct experience of that absolute. And that's how it's confirmed for themselves. And of course, you know, if you believe in evolution, and I do, I don't think you believe the word God has existed forever, you know, because language came about in the latter portion.
So if FfA ever comes in and says that he doesn't know, you know, or he's agnostic, or he's Christian, then remind him that he said this. So I'm going to play it back a few seconds. There, that's enough.
You know, because language came about in the latter portion of our evolution. And so obviously that thing that they refer to.
Language came about in the latter portion of our evolution. Where does he get that fact from? I don't agree with it. We're still evolving. We're not, you know, evolution didn't come to an end. How is that coherent? Language came about in the latter part of our evolution. Again, this to me is a little indication of ignorance, because it doesn't make any sense. The latter part of our evolution. Language has been around before humans, before our species, Homo sapiens sapiens. There was language. Has to have been language. So what does he mean? Language came about towards the end of our evolution. We are still evolving. Evolution never stops. Evolution didn't stop with the appearance of humans. See, FfA, we've still got something to talk about.
Who has taken various names over centuries, like the Hindus called it Brahman, well before anyone ever uttered the word God.
Right.
And
see, it just nonsense. Makes no sense. All right, I'm gonna end this one because I've tortured you enough, I think, don't you think? Now, I'm going to turn it over to you. What do you want to see next? What do you want to see happen next? For all you people who are just waiting and itching to jump into the live stream, the live stream is all ready for you, as you can see right there. See, I'm talking to you in the live stream. La 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 la. You can see it's all working. So why don't you step in? Ah. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave it like this and wait for someone to come in. In the meantime, I might even make dinner or something. What would you like to watch while I'm away? Just give me a hint of how you would like to be entertained while I am away. Or if I see the 0 viewers, I'll sort of get the I'll get the hint. But I am going to open the room and concentrate on an open discussion room going forward. Just for your information, I have been live for pretty much 4 hours. So I'm going to give it up to another 6 minutes. So if this room is not alive in 6 minutes, then I'm going to bring this whole stream to an end. And expecting the worst, I'd like to thank everybody for your time. And I hope I did something or said something to make you laugh.
With the issue of it's the same thing with the slavery. It's the perspective. The perspective's wrong. The perspective is if humans have a right to have life. Why? I mean, there's nothing that says God has to give us life or a certain amount of years of life. The reality is that first act out of the womb is an act of selfishness. I mean, we cry out for milk, in a selfish act, and people say, well, that's unfair. You think God should judge for that? God could do whatever God wants to do, and he's perfectly just in doing it because of the fact, and this was a thing that Schuyler got wrong, okay? Our morality is not based. Our morality is based on the nature of God, not based on what God just says.
When you make an argument and saying that my morality isn't whatever properly grounded, you basically just have a moral claim that you can't demonstrate to be the case. You have this claim, and if you believe like traditional Christians that God is the standard of morality.
It is in his nature. Therefore, he cannot do wrong, period. And so the issue is, when we look at federal headship, it plays into the view of slavery as well, but the thing is just as we entered into Adam, through Adam, we didn't sin like Adam's sin, but because of what Adam did, there was a curse on the entire universe. Romans 8 says the entire universe is groaning because of that sin. But just as we have that we're inherited with from Adam, 2 Corinthians 5:21, okay, we have, as you mentioned, Jesus Christ imputed all of our sin upon himself on that cross. He took the payment. He paid that on the cross. What does he offer to us? His righteousness. That's imputed to us who believe. So what do we have? That federal headship works two ways. And this is the one thing I'd say for folks who are listening. You want to sit there and say, well, slavery, I'm hung up on that. I can't become a Christian because look at the God. I mean, people use things like the slavery or basically the slaughtering of children and animals without understanding the culture of Canaan, okay, where children were raped as young as 3 years old, where animals were used in bestiality as part of their culture, okay. They want to ignore all that and make everyone a perfectly innocent group of people, and the mean, nasty God just came in and did this as if he had no justification for it. And that's the level of desperation that they have to go to. They have to rip these texts completely out of its historical context to make their argument. And the issue is, if you have to be that dishonest with the rules of interpretation to make your point, Tyler tried to bring this up with Schuyler, the hermeneutical issue that he was failing in. If you have to do that, it just shows the level of desperation in your own worldview that it can't stand on its own. You have to use desperate measures like that.
Thanks everyone. Thank you for watching. Thanks for sticking around to the end. Please share my stuff. So maybe somebody will like something in it. I mean, 4 hours is a long time.